And a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Beverley Town Oval for this all-important grand final day for the Avon Football Association. We've got two matches coming your way this afternoon. A sunny Sunday afternoon here at the Beverley Town Oval. First of all, we've got the Kellerberrin Tammin side and Northam Railways. Big game, first versus third on the ladder. And they last met back in round 11 with the Railways going down by some 16 points to the Kellerberrin side. We're going to go out onto ground level right now for the pre-game proceedings, including the national anthem. Now the captains are back out on the centre for the coin toss. Greg Dyer for the Kellerberrin side, captain for this grand final. Coin goes up in the air. And Dyer wins the toss and will be kicking to the eastern end of the ground. And Northam will be kicking to the right-hand side of the ground here at Beverley Town Oval. A beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon for grand final football. Paul Busick is my name. It's a great pleasure to have your company right here on YouTube. Thanks to Filming Footy and Dartfish. It's a pleasure to have your company for this grand final, the first of two games that we'll be bringing you here at Beverley. And of course, we'll have the league grand final a little later on at just about 2:15. As we go back to ground level, it's a tremendous atmosphere here at the Beverley Town Oval. Players getting into positions now for what is going to be an absolute rip snorter of a game. As I said, both these teams finished in the top three on the ladder. Northam finishing on top with a win-loss record of 12 wins and 2 losses. And Kellerberrin, they were just 4 wins behind, but they did finish third and earn themselves a semi-final spot. But they had to do it the hard way, of course. They had to defeat Cunderdin, and that's what they did quite soundly by 62 points in last week's preliminary final. And then Northam My golly, weren't they fantastic, proving why they are on top of the ladder. They won at the second semi-final, 13-8 to 9-5 in a very convincing manner. But this is a different ball game. This is grand final day for the Avon Football Association. Kellerberrin have got a major forward weapon, Reynold McIntosh, 46 goals for the season. And Malachi Boyce, 24 goals for the season. But he is not playing today for the Northam Railway, so that's a blow for their forward setup. As we're about to get things underway for this grand final, in the ruck for Kellerberrin is Curtis Mackin. Starting things off for Northam will be Starcevic. The umpires out on the ground, they're all set to go. The crowd's set to go for the start of this grand final day. Make no mistake about it, it is going to be a rip snorter of a game. Ideal conditions, no real breeze to speak of. Reserves grand final for the Avon Football Association is underway. Kellerberrin and Northam. All tossed up by the umpire, one down by Starcevic. At ground level, McCreary can't break free from the would-be tacklers, and he's going to pay the price, holding the ball. And the free kick's going to go the way of Byrne. He's got it alongside the centre circle. Good kick inboard, finds Clark. Clark's going to set it up to the hotspot. Who will go up and take the hanger? No one. Good spoil from Charlton. Going to ground there was Parameta. And trip there according to the umpire. Free kick going the way of Kellerberrin. Will be taken by Anderson. Goes on the far side and finds McCreary. McCreary's kick intended there for Charlton. Took it on the half volley. Comes back to McCreary. On the half volley, Griffiths. Well, hand pass under pressure. The hospital hand pass. You don't want to be doing that in a grand final. Mackin was under a lot of pressure. Brought down by several Northern players. We'll have a ball up just by the painted AFA letters here at the Beverley Town Oval. The Shire of Beverley's really turned it on today. An important clearance for Northam. The kick towards half forward. Ball goes to ground. Good pick up by Paramenta. Got the hand pass out to Neria. Committing himself at ground level is Smith. He goes to ground. And now Lewis. Jarred out the back. Griffiths got the handball out, but he's pinged for a throw. And the free kick will go the way of Dershow. Dershow's kick towards left half forward, just missing the target. Strong tackle at the expense of Boyce, holding the ball. Well, a few inside 50 entries have gone begging for Northam. The free kick will go the way of Smith. Risky kick across the ground. That's a good use of the football from half back. And the mark's taken by Tim Innes. Innes' kick towards the centre square. Oh, dropping an easy mark there, Rowlandson. Under a bit of pressure from Byrne. Rowlandson recovers well. Tidies up on centre wing. Kick intended for Anderson. Good use of the body to keep it in front. Close to the boundary line. But there's a free kick. And it bounces on the full. That's going to go Northam's way. Long probing kick towards centre wing. Going up from the back, McCreary. Ball at ground level. And now Kellerberrin are able to tidy up through McCreary. The kick inefficient. Strong tackle on Charlton. Umpire calls play on. Great pick up in the end by Pod. Now Charlton again. It's been in everywhere in the early minutes. Charlton's kick absolutely nowhere. Out of bounds on the full. 3 minutes have gone in this opening term. Reserves grand final of the Avon Football Association. Kellerberrin and Northam doing battle to see who will take out the pennant as the ball comes towards half-back. Going up, Rowlandson couldn't mark. Hotly disputed that ball, and there's going to be a free kick Northam's way. And will be taken by Ellis. On the defensive side of centre, pumps it down the line to a pack of players. Going up, a spectacular mark by Collard. Umpire calls play on, he was caught high. And the free kick will go Collard's way on the forward side of centre. He's got it about 85 to 90 metres out from their goal. Bradman Collard. And it finds Byrne on right half forward. Brilliantly by Leake. And it's taken over the line. It'll be a boundary throw-in. About 60 metres out from the Northam goal. Great to have your company here at Beverley Town Oval, the 2022 AVA Reserves Grand Final. Back in the centre from the boundary throw-in, Mackin just loses out on that one. Ball goes to ground on centre wing. Beautiful hands. And now they've got the run through half back. Along centre wing, the kick towards half forward. Leading the foot race. Griffiths mowed down in the tackle, but it was high. And the free kick will go Griffiths' way. And a big chance now for Griffiths to score the first goal of the match for the Kellerberrin side. That kick into open space inside forward 50, leading the foot race, was Griffiths. Just didn't have enough time to release the footy, but was caught high, so he's the beneficiary. And we'll have a shot from about 35 metres out to the eastern end of the ground. Griffiths' kick is on its way. He's got the goal. Kellerberrin strike first in this Reserves Grand Final. 1 goal straight 6 for Kellerberrin. And at the 5-minute mark of this opening quarter, Kellerberrin Tamman, 1 goal 6. Northern Railways yet to score. They're off the mark in this grand final, the side in the blue, red and white. Just their run through centre wing, just catching Northam off guard at the moment. They've got a few players running back towards the football from their forward 50. They're just not getting enough numbers. Meanwhile, Kellerberrin, they just had Griffiths just waiting. Back in the centre, again one down by Byrne. Leak hurriedly got boot to ball, it goes to ground. And another push in the back. And Kellerberrin will get the free kick through Alexander Leak. Kicks to the run of McCreary on right centre wing. Pumping it long towards the pocket. The kick intended for Nichols, just out of his reach, will have a boundary throw in. About 25 metres out from Kellerberrin's goal. Brilliant pick up by Smith. It off to Griffiths, centering, kick smothered. Rawlings kick off a step towards the hot spot, and a great mark in front by Nichols, and he'll have a shot almost directly in front. Just used his body well in the one-on-one contest, out-muscled his opponent, got himself into front position, and took a beautiful mark. And this will be from point-blank range for Kellerberrin's second goal, and he's got it. So they're off to a hot start, Kellerberrin. They've got 2 goals straight. Northern Railways in a bit of early trouble at the 7-minute mark of this opening term of this Reserves Grand Final. Well, at the moment, Northern, when they're getting that ball forward, they are just missing that solid presence inside forward 50 of Reynold McIntosh, who kicked 46 goals this season. He is playing out there today, but also Malachi Boyce, who is not playing for the Northam side. He kicked 24 goals this season. They're just missing his presence out there, but back in the centre. Socket off the ground by Clark. They gain another 35 metres. Running it out the back, White buys the hand pass to the skipper in Dyer. Dyer's kick off a step, got dragged off that one. Clark mops it up well. The kick to an open space towards the forward zone. And Kellerberrin again able to recover out of defensive 50. Along the ground, Anderson off a step towards centre wing, over the head of the pack. Podmore just outrunning the contest there by Smith. Spins out of trouble. Now Rawlings dispossessed. Rollinson unable to get clean possession on it. Charlton providing great support for his Kellerberrin teammates. The kick inside 50. In front, Clark Savage. Working hard at ground level. So too Nichols for Kellerberrin. High tackle. And Nichols will get the free kick. He has it directly in front. A little further out from goal. Dylan Nichols so far providing the early spark for the Kellerberrin forward line. He's got a couple of really big chances in goal now. He's kicked one earlier. Can he make it 2? He is a good kick. Just to make it 3 straight for the Kellerberrin side on this early scoring run that they've got in this quarter. Nice calm breeze, but shouldn't affect his goal kicking today. It's on its way. It starts left, but it swings to the right. And a minor score. So 2-1-13 plays no score. The Avon Football Association Reserves Grand Final. Northam got a bit of work to do after what has been a slow start to this quarter. Through right half back, Byrne. Centering kick. Brilliant pick up by Clark. Booming kick towards half forward. Running back Dershow. Under a bit of pressure now. He hands it off to Yaron. Spins out of trouble. Solid chase. After it is Boyce. Boyce through the traffic. He's unable to get himself out of trouble this time, holding the ball. And Kellerberrin again. We're able to clear out a defensive 50. Rowlandson takes the free kick. Finds White. He goes back in board. That's a good kick to the run of Dyer. Dyer has got a target in McCreary. The kick's a bit of a wobbler. McCreary spins out of trouble. Towards half forward. He had 2 targets at the forward of the ball. Bounces favourably for Nichols. Hand pass over the top. Solid hip and shoulder there by Byrne. Kellerberrin have the numbers now, and it's over the line for a throw-in. Nichols wins it down. Ball goes to ground. Northam need numbers at the forward of the ball. Strong tackle by Rawlings. Hand pass over the top. Ineffective. Comes to Starcevic. And now Fudge. Fudge's kick is a long one. Starcevic the intended target. Good hip and shoulder there by Collard. Starcevic got it back. Hand pass into space. Again, Kellerberrin are able just to thread it back to the corridor again. Spoil by Smith. But now at the forward of the ball, Northam with numbers now. Great evasive skill by Bernasconi. Kick into space. Mopping up with Smith. Changes direction. Well stood up in the tackle. Got the hand pass out. Kellerberrin got that run game going. And they've got one at the forward again. They are able to kick to the outer side. Griffiths combining with McCreary. Gets it back to Griffiths. Hand pass over the top. Comes to Anderson. Anderson's long kick towards half forward on the second grab. Once again, it's that man Nichols doing plenty of damage in that forward line. And he now has a chance to make it 3 in a row this quarter. He has started well, is Dylan Nichols. He's got 2 goals this opening quarter. He has a chance to make it 3. So Dylan Nichols. Declan Nichols. Drop punt on its way. And you can make it 3 for the quarter. Nichols has 3. And so does Kellerberrin. He's kicked 9 goals as Declan Nichols before today. You can add 3, makes it 12 for the season. 3-1-19 to no score. 13 minutes played. Monstrous start for Kellerberrin. Northam with lots of work to do. Back out of the centre. Calls play on. Brilliant hands from Dershko. And now the kick towards full forward. And a fine mark taken by Fudge. Just what they needed in response, Northam. They just had to get that centre clearance. Supply that entry to the forward 50. And then get a few marking players presenting themselves as targets. And Jacob Fudge is one of them. And he'll have a shot from almost directly in front, about 20 metres out, to stop the run of play. And they desperately need this goal after being overrun in the first half of this opening quarter. He's usually a good kick, Jacob Fudge. And he's directly in front, from 20 metres out. Straight through the middle. Great response for Northam. just what they needed. And at the 15-minute mark, Northam get one back, 1 goal straight. But Kellerberrin still have a healthy advantage, 13 points the margin. Here in this Avon Football Association Reserves Grand Final. Beverley Town Oval, bathed in glorious sunshine on this Sunday afternoon. And what a day we have in store. Not only this game, but also the big league grand final. No doubt that is going to be an absolute beauty later this afternoon. And now Nichols pushing up the ground. In fact, he's in the ruck. Gets it down. Northam need to gather in numbers because once again McCreary is on hand to look to provide the centre clearance, but this time it's Dershow for Northam. Dershow's kick towards half forward, almost a one-hander by Smith. Ball goes to ground. Here's trouble holding the ball. And this time it goes Northam's way. And the free kick's going to be taken by Narrier. Jai Narrier. He's going to have a kick from about 50 metres out, I would say, directly in front. If he can steer this one through, this will be a big run, but he elects to kick to the hot spot. Players fly. No mark taken. Underneath it, Collard, and holding on. And it'll be Kellerberrin's free kick. And again, it's Smith. Deep in defensive 50. Is he going to go across the ground? Yes, he does. Finds the skipper in Dyer. Dyer goes short. And it finds Charlton. In fact, that's Innes, I should say. Innes' pass. Finds Griffiths. Griffiths' kick. Ineffective. And getting one on the back of the head to go on with Byrne. Byrne's going to go long towards left half forward. Smith in front. Got hands to it. Ball goes to ground. Working hard, Fudge. Hotly disputed at ground level. Fudge with a strong tackle on McCreary. The umpire will call for the ball. In the ruck, Nichols. In front. Got it down. And there was an illegal block in the ruck. Advantage is paid. Bernasconi from 55 metres out. Sets it long to the top of the goal square. Good spoil from behind from Dyer. Keeps it in front. Rides the hip and shoulder from Boyce. Taken in the tackle by Boyce, but Kellerberrin recover it again towards centre half back. Nichols overrunning it. Smith, great pickup. And centres the ball magnificently towards Griffiths. Takes it across the ground now. Charlton. They're very damaging in the transition game from half back. The kick was intended for Mackin. Just over his head. But a good result is a boundary throw-in in the forward pocket. 17 minutes gone. 3-1-19 to 1 goal straight. 13 points the margin in favour of Kellerberrin. A lot of their fans have turned out here. We've got some of them in front of the commentary box here, enjoying the sunny weather and a good game they've had so far. Snap over their head towards the top of the goal square. It may bounce through. It's a goal! Great goal there. That was Leake who scored the goal. And that is 4 for the opening quarter for Kellerberrin. And they now lead it by 19 points, 4-1 to 1 straight. As we approach the 18-minute mark of this opening quarter. Just out of the boundary throw-in, Kellerberrin just had more numbers at the back of the contest. Leake was able to find an opening away from the pack and snap a great goal and got the lucky bounce too. Suddenly, leg breaks through for a goal. So 4-1 to 1 straight. Northern Railways with some work to do to try and wrest back the momentum. Nichols got it down. Ball spills to ground. Leake hurriedly gets boot to ball. An important centre clearance there. Strong tackle from Griffiths. Caught one on the head to go on with. It goes off the ground. Nichols dragged off the kick. Scrambles forward. Taken by Dershow. Dershow's hand pass over the top. Bernasconi probing kick towards the top of the goal square. 2-on-1. On the end of it is Fudge. He's got some support. The hand pass comes out to Lawrence. Tries to find an opening. He's in trouble and he's going to pay the price holding the ball. This time the free kick goes the way of Dyer. The skipper, he's led from the front thus far. Long kick towards half-back. Nichols in front, but out the back, Clark. Kick towards the pocket. And again, Dyer saves his team's bacon, and he takes it over the line for a boundary throw-in. They were wanting to liberate a couple of the Northern players, but to no avail. Just collaboration from the umpires on what the decision was there. It was a boundary throw-in as it turned out. Big thump away from Nichols. McCreary. McCreary overrun that time. Bernasconi through the traffic. Penetrating kick towards the top of the goal square. It bounces. Doesn't make the distance. Hand pass intended for Smith. This is a big chance. Snap around the corner. A great goal. Just what they needed. That's the second goal of the afternoon. And just on the verge of quarter time. In fact, it's right on quarter time. That is a telling goal. The second goal for Northam. And it brings it back to 13 points at the end of the first quarter. Kellerberrin got the early run on. They got 3 straight goals. And then one came back via Jacob Fudge. And then Northam were just able to get a second on the quarter time siren. And a very important goal it was indeed to get it back to 13 points. Very topsy-turvy opening quarter here at Beverley Town Oval. Don't go anywhere. The second quarter will be coming after this.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
Welcome back to Beverley Town Oval, quarter time in this 2022 Avon Reserves Grand Final, and it is K-Tan leading by 13 points over Northam. Kellerberrin Tamman by 13 points over Northam. 3 goals to Declan Nichols, a monstrous start he had up forward, and then goals to Jacob Fudge and Brody Starcevic in that first quarter. We go back to ground level now, and both teams are just about to get themselves into position now. Northam haven't broken free from their huddle, so they're just taking a little bit more time. They know that they've got a lot of work to do. The first quarter was a little bit topsy-turvy for them. They had the run on against them. They weren't able to get first to the football. They just needed to be a bit more desperate at ground level. But also at the same time, you got Kellerberrin that are showing their aggression, showing their discipline, especially from the likes of McCreary, Griffiths, and also Charlton from half-back right through to the midfield. They're just able to use the ball a lot better, get those all-important marks, and transfer play to the forward line just like that. Northam, they've just got to find a way to convert on their chances up forward. 13 points is the margin. 4-1 to 2 straight. Still early days in this grand final. On what is a beautiful sunny day here at the Beverley Town Oval. Make no mistake about it. All the fans and all the volunteers, they are in for a good day. As we're about to get the second term underway. Kellerberrin now going with the breeze, which is a bit calm out here across the ground, blowing a bit from left to right. Can the Northern Railway side fight back after what had been a slow start for them? Away we go for the second quarter. Clark in the ruck for the Railway side. Clark gets a big thump away, intended for Dershow. Ball goes to ground. Dershow fighting back and following up his ruck efforts and roving is Collard. Collard kicks towards the top of the goal square. Socket off the ground by Lawrence. And just only a point for the Northern side. So 2-1-13 to Kellerberrin 4-1-25. They've got the first score on the board. Now Anderson. Anderson's kick towards centre wing. White does it well. Hand pass over the top, only as far as Byrne. Byrne under considerable pressure, close to the boundary line. Big James Ellis goes to ground. Getting out of strife is Robinson again. Brilliantly done with the numbers around the football. Leak. His kick smothered. Clark goes with the outside of the boot. The kick's a disappointing one. Rowlandson looking for the diving chest mark. Couldn't reel it in. And now Northam penetrate the forward line. The umpire has found something. It's on. There's a brawl on the boundary line on left half forward. The umpire is just restoring order at the moment. The free kick has been paid to the Northam side. It's going the way of Braden Lawrence. He's a good kick as Lawrence, but it's a very tight angle. It's on its way, and it misses to the near side of the umpire. One behind to Northam. They get it out to 11 points. 2-2-14 to 4-1-25. Big leap over the top from Charlton. Couldn't take the mark. And Kellerberrin with numbers out the back now. They're able to clear out of half back. Centres it towards the middle of the ground. Waiting back is Starcevic. Almost taken high. Umpire says play on. Hand pass beautifully smothered. Hand pass now comes to Boyce. Snaps high with the left foot. And he's missed a lot. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick's going to go the way of Kellerberrin on the pocket as a result of that kick. It's taken by Wilkins. Long kick towards half-back. Northam are able to recover the football from half-back. Clark over the top. Terrific mark from the side. Clark centering kick towards centre half forward. Umpire has found a push. And the free kick's going to go the way of the Railways. And that is Bernasconi. Play a bit of midfield and a bit up forward as well. He was held in that contest and he'll take the free kick. And this for a vital response because they had 3 goals against them at the start of the game. They kicked 2 of the last 3 before quarter time. This is a big kick here. Not a bad sort of a kick from Bernasconi. He's got the goal. Much needed goal for the Railway side. And now they get back to within 5 points. 3-2-20 to 4-1 at the 4-minute mark of this second term. And now Northam have got 3 of the last 4. They're starting to have all the answers now. They didn't have them in the first quarter, but now they're just able to respond to every challenge that Kellerberrin has laid out. Clark with the big thump away. Strong tackle by Bernasconi. Through the traffic brilliantly, Lewis. Lewis kicks towards the forward pocket, just over the head of Lawrence. And it's over the line for a boundary throw-in. They've got it where they want it. That was an important centre clearance for the Northam side. They've got some good running players across the midfield. Margin only 5 points early in this second term. It's the Avon Football Association Grand Final day. Big thump away. It's intended for Lawrence. Quick snap smothered by Fudge. Looking to go over his head. Hand pass mopped up brilliantly by Dyer. High kick towards half back. Big thump away. Kellerberrin with numbers to clear. The kick into space. Mopped up by Starcevic. In fact, that was Walls, I should say. And taken high there was Nichols. And the free kick is going to go the big man's way. His kick picked up by the breeze, but it's a good kick to McCreary. McCreary spots a teammate up forward. Big thump away from Anderson. And a beautiful kick towards the pocket. Umpire says play on. Finds an opening, does Charlton. And a beautiful snap for goal sees them respond. They had the first 2 goals of the quarter against them. They had a barrage of goals and a bit of pressure come back to them. But a perfect response. Clancy Charlton finding an opening on a very tight angle. Hooks it back for a beautiful goal. And that's one that gets it back to an 11-point lead. 5-1-31 to 3-2-20. There's 6 minutes gone now in at this second quarter. Well, now both teams really giving it to each other at the moment in this grand final. Is it turning out to be goal for goal, or is there a run brewing from either side? Strong tackling pressure. One player is down. That's Byrne. Just getting to his feet. But back in the centre, Hammond. Hammond gets the hand pass out to Anderson. Bombs it long towards half forward. Rawlings got up. Couldn't take the mark. And a high tackle. And that's going to go the way of the Railways. That's Walls. Walls from centre half back. Goes long. Innes. On his hands and knees. Got the hand pass into space. Leak. Bumped off it. Umpire calls play on. Clark. Off a step. Towards centre half forward. Caught from behind there was Collard and Naria. Well played by Naria. Spins out of trouble. The kick towards full forward. Lawrence the target. Keeps it in front. Good hip and shoulder from the pocket. Fires the hand pass over the top. Bernasconi. And now the class of the Kellerberrin back line showing its colours again. The kick towards half back was intended for McCreary, but it's out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to Northam. It's going to be a very tight kick for Bernasconi. Big thumping kicks. Not a bad sort of a kick, just offline. And it's one behind to the Northam side. 3-3-21 to 5-1-31. A 10-point margin in favour of Kellerberrin. They've led since the opening minute, but they've just let the margin slip a little bit. Clark searching for the handball. But now Northam recover from half back. Risky kick towards half forward. Ball goes to ground. Players converging. Jarred out the back. Griffiths. Beautiful hands by Griffiths. Now they've got it going here, Kellerberrin. Here's Smith. Smith mowed down in the tackle, holding the ball. And again, the tensions are evaporating at the moment. Always inevitable during a grand final. And the umpire's restoring order right away. And it's been reversed. And so Smith will be the beneficiary. That's a beautiful kick towards half forward. To the hot spot. 2-on-1. Charlton mops up, but then mowed down in the tackle. Umpire calls play on. Charlton gets it back. Kicks it into space. Roving now at the back once again, Paramenta. Kick towards half back. It's risky. And chopping it up was Leake on centre half forward. And again, unselfishly, does the team thing. Opens up the goal face. And fires it to Raymond Griffiths. And he'll have a shot from about 40 metres out. Just to get a little bit of that momentum back and settle things down now for the Kellerberrin side. We have reached the 10-minute mark of this quarter, so we're halfway through. So this kick could be telling in the context of this game. Griffiths heads for goal. From 40 metres, the wind at his back. And he gets it. Griffiths has his first goal. And the 6th of the day for the Kellerberrin side. They go to 6-1-37, the margin 16 points. Northam stuck at 3-3-21. Kellerberrin just getting the answers that Northam had, and this will steady things now for the blue, white and red. $16 points the difference. Big thump away from Clark. Clears the centre square. Socket off the ground by Starcevic. Big players converging on the ball now. Big chance here for Northam. Long hand pass over the top. A hospital hand pass off the ground. Only as far as Clark. He's unfavoured by the bounce. Bernasconi. Umpire spotted a free kick. Bernasconi wanted to take the advantage, but not to be this time. Going to go the way of the big man in Clark for Northam on centre half forward. Long bomb. They'll contest about 15 metres out. Lawrence in front. Couldn't mark. Big thump away. In front, Bernasconi. High kick towards the goals. And he's missed to the far side. He started to come into the game as Bernasconi this second quarter. Been heavily involved in plenty of scoreboard opportunities. Just haven't been able to convert them to the max. Now Philp has the ball deep in defensive 50. Drives it across the ground. Comes to Rowlandson. His hand pass over the top. Smart. Now Kellerberrin take it to right half forward. Mopped up brilliantly there by Yaron. Yaron goes inboard. Risky pass. Moore. Another kick from Starcevic. Misses its target. Philp from deep in defence. Brought to ground. Umpire calls play on. Kellerberrin again guided forward. Loses out to perimeter. Off the ground walls. Clark again. Hurriedly gets boot to ball. Right on the 50. Yaron and Naria. Naria brought to ground. Doesn't get the handball in time, but the umpire gives him a reprieve. It's going to be a ball up from outside the 50. Just under 8 minutes remaining before the long break. Big thump from Mackin. Leak. Just lose that one off the side of the boot. And an easy mark taken there from Windsor. Windsor goes inboard and a great mark. Lawrence over the top. And he marks about 40 metres out from goal directly in front. An important kick for him here. Get the margin back to 9 points. Nearing the long break. What a spectacular mark he was. For a guy of his height and his frame, he's got a very good leg too. Really good overhead mark. Gets physical at the coalface and a very good kick of the ball. And that is no exception from Lawrence. That is a lovely kick. Lawrence strikes back for Northam. And they get it out to 9 points, 4-4-28 to 6-1-37 at the 13-minute mark of this second term. I have to say, that's one of the marks of the day so far from Lawrence. When Windsor got that mark on half forward, was just able to set it up to the hot spot. The opportunity was there for Lawrence because he is a good mark overhead. And that mark and that goal shows he is no exception when it comes to hard work in the forward line. And it's just what they needed in the context of this game to get it out to 9 points. With just 6 or so minutes remaining. The next goal will be crucial as far as to how the second half will pan out. Bernasconi once again combines there with Clark Savage. And they get the hand pass out to Dershow. Running through half back. Under pressure now. The tackle from Rawlings. The kick off a step. Brilliant pick up from McCreary on centre wing. Probing kick inside the 50. Going up there with Starcevic. Couldn't mark. Ball goes to ground. Socket off the deck. It's inside Kellerberrin's 50. Overrunning it there was Leake. Smith laying down the tackle. Jarred out the back of the pack. Socket off the ground by Walls. Just overrunning it there was Hammond. Brilliantly picked up by Rawlings. Centering kick is a risky one. Keeping his feet there was Smith. Smith breaks free from the would-be tackler in Clark. Taken high. Advantage is paid. Long kick to the hot spot. 2-on-1 here. Brilliant play from Yaron. Big thump away. Yaron follows it up well through the traffic. Sweeping hand pass over the top. Well taken there by Lewis. 2 bounces through the centre. The kick inside half forward. Narry is the target. The foot race is on. He's up against Peckham. Yaron dribbles towards goal. And just offline. One behind. And now with just under 5 minutes remaining before half time. Margin 8 points. In this Avon Reserves Grand Final. We've got a game on our hands at the moment. Kellerberrin got on the run, but Northam, since quarter time, have slowly been pegging them back. Innes goes long towards the centre. That's a good kick. And Smith cuts it back to centre wing. Good thump away from Podmore. Keeping in front Griffiths. Close to the boundary line and over. It'll be a boundary throw-in. As you see the windsock just blowing very gently a little bit, so no major breeze to speak of. Making it ideal conditions for football. Out of the boundary throw-in. Clark gets it down. Kellerberrin caress it to the forward line once again. That's a good mark. And the kick on the lead once again. Charlton. Brilliant mark, 30 metres out from goal. And this will look to settle things down on the verge of half-time. Again, just their work from the boundary throw and their stoppage clearances have been very telling in responding to every Northam effort that they've given. So Charlton, this will be for his second. Charlton stands his ground from 35 metres out. And that one off the side of his boot. Doesn't register a score. It's a boundary throw-in. About 20 metres out from Kellerberrin's goal. Smith got the tap out. It's a high ball. Inside 50. Both sides with equal numbers at the ball. Well, Smith thought he had his name all over it, but brought down. Comes to Smith. High kick off a step. Counting down to the final couple of minutes before half time. Narry just kept piling on the pressure. Magnificent effort. Clark from the centre. Kick bounces favourably for Lawrence, but he's beaten in the foot race by Button. Button gets the hand pass away once again. McCready, he's been terrific in midfield. Centering kick. Going to ground was Innes. Got the hand pass away. Players converging in numbers. Socket off the ground there by Parameter. Going over the top there, Dershow, big spoil from behind. Players collide. Did he drag it in? Umpire says no. Mackin, amongst a throng of players going for the football, will have a ball up. Big thump from Byrne. Through the traffic brilliantly with class and poise, Wilkins. Cuts it back to the centre. Rowlandson has a bounce and then goes long towards full forward. Running back with the flight, Charlton. Good spoil. Rawlings quickly snaps towards goal. And he's missed to the far side. Only registering one behind as we enter the last minute of this first half. 6-2-38 to 4-5-29. Kellerberrin lead by 9 points as we enter the last few stages of this first half. A long break will be an important one for both sides. Out of the back pocket, back towards half-back. Just over the head of Smith, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Good pick up by Innes, fires the hand pass to Hammond, goes back to Innes. Big chance here before half-time. 2-on-2, Charlton from behind, couldn't mark. Reeling that one in is Moore, couldn't complete the mark. Snap towards goal by Anderson, 1-on-1, Smith going in. Charlton once again snaps to an open goal, doesn't even make it, unlucky for Charlton. 2-on-1, we'll be close to the end of the half. Charlton goes down, there's the siren. Quite a competitive first half from both teams. Kellerberrin got the run on early at the start, but Northam in the first and second quarter just slowly pegged them in, and now they are within 9 points as we head into the second half. And what a grand final we have got here, ladies and gentlemen. 9 points the margin, 6-2-38 to 4-5-29. Kellerberrin lead Northam in this Avon Reserves Grand Final. Stick around live on Facebook and YouTube because we'll have the second half coming your way very shortly from the Beverley Town Oval, where it is Kellerberrin leading Northam by 9 points.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
And welcome back to Beverley Town Oval after the long break in this Avon Football Association Reserves Grand Final for 2022. It is 38-29. Kellerberrin leading Northam by some 9 points. It was a very topsy-turvy second quarter. Kellerberrin got on the early run, but two late goals in the opening term saw Northam peel it back. But also Kellerberrin, they kicked a couple of vital goals. Nichols has 3 and 1 apiece for Lawrence. And also Boyce and Fudge as well. No side is by no means out of it here. It's a very important game for both these teams. Big chance at winning a premiership is imminent in the next 40 minutes of football. Second half underway. Clark in the ruck with Mackin. Mackin gets it down. Northam with numbers around the football at the centre. Brilliantly done there by Clark onto Bernasconi. His kick towards full forward is a disappointing one. And setting it up now was Innes. Innes's kick is good. And now Raymond Griffiths. Griffiths kick towards centre wing. In front walls. Just got the kick away at ground level. Griffiths brilliantly done through the traffic. Leak finds the hand pass out to McCreary. Kick intended for Griffiths. Through the traffic, keeps it in front. Brilliantly done. Long kick towards the hot spot. Who's going to go up? Terrific mark once again under pressure from the Northam defender. And now he'll set up to half back. Dershow just dropped the sitter there as he was able to reel that one in momentarily. It's going to be a boundary throw-in. In front, Kennedy. Got the tap out. Griffiths snaps towards goal. And a brilliant goal from Griffiths. Great way to start the third quarter for Kellerberrin. And they get it out to a 15-point lead here at Beverley Town Oval. Third quarter, off to the start Kellerberrin were looking for. 7-2-44 to 4-5-29. Just under 2 minutes in to this third quarter. That could be a telling goal in the context of this game. First goal in the second half would be crucial, and Kellerberrin have got it. What can Northam do to respond? Good hands from Steber onto Anderson. Probing kick to centre half forward. Great mark to Walls. Walls hurriedly gets boots a ball. Ineffective kick, Griffiths. Griffiths pumps it long to centre half forward. And once again, Griffiths. The Griffiths boys combining Raymond DeLucas and Lucas Griffiths marks about 45 metres out from goal on a slight angle. And a big chance here to further increase the margin. This to make it 21 points. He heads for goal. It's swinging back. And not far enough, a minor score. Margin now 16 points, 7-3 to 4-5. Paul Bursick with you in the commentary position. Big day, we've got this game and of course the league grand final coming up at about 2:15, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Probing kick towards half-back. Clark leaping from the side, no mark. Kellerberrin have the numbers around the football. Clark goes to ground, his hand pass ineffective. And now Kellerberrin at it again towards half-forward. Big pack of players. Lawrence kicks into space. Brilliant pick-up by Rowlandson. Has a bounce through half-forward. Big spiral, but it's cleverly done, well executed. And to the lead of Clancy Charlton, and he marks directly in front, about 20 metres out. Charlton has got a couple of goals. He can make it 3 and join Declan Nichols. He's going to head for goal to make it 22 points. And that's not a bad sort of a kick. It swings to the right-hand side, but it snuck it in. Great goal. Charlton has his third goal, and the margin now balloons to 22 points, the biggest lead in the game. Here at Beverley Town Oval, Northam at the moment just out on their feet. They need the next couple of goals, but at the moment, Kellerberrin have just got a few extra legs at the moment. They've just got more running players from the centre, and they're just presenting themselves a little more up the forward line. That's making it all but tougher for Northam to present a response. Clark, big fist away. Griffiths off a step towards half forward. Walls with the spoil. Follows it up with getting boot to ball. A very hurried kick. And standing underneath it and taking an easy mark was Rowlandson. Gets past the would-be tackler. Drives it long towards half forward. Looking to get on the end of it now is Yarran for Northam. Spins out of trouble. Got the hand pass away. So look to steady from half back. Disappointing kick. Leak. Hand pass over the top into space. Where are the opportunities going to come? Podmore. Good pick up. Brilliantly done by Hammond. Hand pass chopped up. The kick from defensive 50. Getting back now is Wilkins. Strong tackle applied by Rawlings. Taken over the boundary line. We'll have a throw-in. Big thump from Clark. Coming in to lend a hand for Kellerberrin is Anderson. Thumped into space, but Kellerberrin get another stoppage clearance here. Nichols got hands to it. On the end of it now is Clark Savage. Thumps it long to the centre square. Leak. Intercepted brilliantly by Dershow. Has a bounce. 2 bounces. Probing kick towards half forward. Narrier. He can run to an open goal unselfishly. Ambitious kick towards Boyce. He's been held goalless thus far, but brilliant intercept mark on half forward. Hand pass from perimeter to Walls. Long kick towards full forward. They contest about 15. Great attempt to mark by Fudge. He's in a bit of trouble. Good tackle by Charlton. Both players go to ground. Northam wanting holding the ball. Umpire says no. Big thump away from Anderson. Spins out of trouble. Kicks to an open goal. Does Yarran. And the player in question, Button, has no choice but to rush it through for a behind. 8-3-51 to 4-6-30. Kicks towards right centre wing. Griffiths. Taken in the tackle. But he was held on to. And Raymond Griffiths will take the free kick. He's got it on right centre wing. Griffiths boys will look to combine, and that's a good kick from Raymond to Lucas. Lucas Griffiths dumps it long, high ball. Players crash and burn. Running towards an open goal, Rawlings gets on the end of it. Doesn't get all of it, it's only one behind to Kellerberrin. Long ball to half-back. Bernasconi, terrific mark. It's been one of Northam's best today. Bernasconi kicks to the centre. Running towards it is Fudge. Just overruns it. Lewis goes over the top to Bernasconi on the run. Probing kick towards the forward half. Good thump away from Dyer. Wilkins. Jarred out. Going off the deck there was Naria. Back inside 50. Wilkins, well done by Wilkins. Got the hand pass away to Button, who goes around the corner and finds Smith. In fact, that's McIntosh, I should say. McIntosh kicks across the ground now, and this is where they like to do some damage. Anderson. Anderson centering kick, risky. Intended for Smith. Couldn't keep it in front, loses possession. And now Northam can recover. Windsor the target. Good spoil from McIntosh. It comes back to Rowlandson, but the umpire spotted a free kick going Northam's way. He was held onto. Windsor will take the free kick alongside the centre square. And it's going to be 50 metres. Bit of back chat from the umpire. And I'd pretty much have to go along with that. Those small 50-metre penalties could make a big difference in the context of this game. They're still trailing by 22 points is Northam as we reach the halfway mark of this third term. And Dean Windsor. Well, Bernasconi was looking for the hand pass, but he's ignored. Not a bad sort of a kick from Windsor. Gained some valuable territory. Yaron leaps high, couldn't mark. Strong tackle from Yaron, combined with Naria. And the umpire will call for the ball once again. 22 points the margin. Big thump away from Mackin. Yaron got the hands. Naria goes down on the tackle. Brilliant pick up from Lawrence. Snaps towards goal. It's got the carry, but it is offline. And so one behind to Northam. 4-7-31 to 8-4-52. And Kellerberrin steer it to left half back, and that's where Smith marks, and that's a good kick. McCreary. One of Kellerberrin's best so far. It's a high kick, a little too high for Griffiths. And taking the mark brilliantly there was Lawrence. Centering ball, risky. And Anderson, just too good in the contest. He gets it back from Griffiths. Kick to Nichols, and he marks alongside the centre square. Nichols goes short, intended for McIntosh. Clark Savage in best position. Just got the sit. Able to spin around McIntosh, the would-be tackler. The kick towards centre wing. Collard just loses his footing, but he got boot to ball just in the nick of time. Dershow. Good pick up. Spins out of trouble. Great versatility by Dershow. Hand pass puts Collard under a bit of pressure. Strong tackle. Umpire calls play on. And Kellerberrin recover it off half back. Windsor. Just not able to break free from the tackler. But now it comes to McIntosh. Through the traffic. Now kicks towards the forward corridor. Getting hands to it was Yaron. Good thump away from Leake. McIntosh also goes to ground. Kennedy. He's been quiet. Nichols hand pass to Griffiths onto the open goal. And Griffiths gets another one for Kellerberrin. And in the meantime, there'll be a free kick and a goal. And there'll be another free kick. There'll be another free kick for that infringement off the ball. Count the goal as well. And so another chance for Griffiths to make it 2 in a row. And to further increase the pressure on Northam. So off the ball, off the play after Griffiths got that goal. For an illegal push in the back at the goal square. Griffiths to put a little more salt into the wounds. Griffiths gets his second goal in as many minutes. And they now lead it by 6 goals. Kellerberrin 10-4-64 to Northam 4-7-31. This has been their quarter as far as Kellerberrin's concerned. They've got have one hand on the Premiership Cup. If they keep this up in the final term, they may have both their hands on the Premiership Cup. .33 points the margin here at Beverley Town Oval, and now getting on the end of it is Griffiths. Explodes through the front edge of centre, tried to put it out in front of Packham. Snapshot towards goal from Rawlings, just slightly offline, and a minor score. Now Kennedy. He's got the ball on full-back, drives it towards half-back. Running back was McIntosh, couldn't take the mark. Northam under terrific pressure now. They need the next goal. Starcevic. Centering kick towards Collard. That's good. Bernasconi. He's been terrific today. Penetrating kick towards full forward, but going back. A terrific mark. Anderson, he too has been on form today. Anderson combines with Rowlandson. That's a good kick too. And this time it is Curtis Mackin. Just over 5 minutes to go till three-quarter time. 10-5 to 4-7. It is a 34-point lead to Kellerberrin as they steer the ball towards their half-forward line, but it comes there to Windsor. Windsor kicks across the ground, puts Lewis under a bit of pressure, kept his feet well, did Lewis, showed his class. Hand pass back to Windsor. Kick partially smothered. In fact, that's more, I should say. Comes back to Lewis, centering ball, and it finds Clark. Telling his players to push forward now. Kick inside the 50. Keeping his feet was Byrne. Just needs the sit. Byrne from 30. Runs to an open goal. Has a bounce. Shoots towards goal. And has absolutely butchered it. Doesn't even register a score. So that's a lucky break for Kellerberrin with just under 5 minutes to go in this grand final, this Avon Reserves grand final. They don't call this the Premiership quarter for nothing. And Kellerberrin have made the most of it. Can Northam register an important goal here? Dershow got boot to ball, but it was just touched off the boot. And that'll be out of bounds for a boundary throwing. .45 metres out from Northam's goal. Big thump away from Griffiths. Good hands by Wilkins to the run of Leake. Leake's kick towards the forward side of centre. Terrific mark, Lawrence. Lawrence's kick finds Starcevic. Out the back, under terrific pressure, a good mark. Starcevic from centre wing. Long, Bernasconi in front, just out of his reach. Fudge. Well stood up in the tackle, got the hand pass. Windsor, his hand pass smothered. Hurriedly gets boot to ball. Lawrence is in front. Hugging the boundary line, just able to thump it back. Bernasconi overruns it. Narria from the boundary line. Check side kick. Doesn't hook it back far enough. It's not even going to make the distance, but it will bounce over the line for a boundary throw-in. Just over 2 minutes remaining before three-quarter time. The margin 34 points in favour of Kellerberrin. They could be on their way to a reserves premiership, but still one big quarter of footy to go. Big thump away there from Griffiths. Taken out of the contest. Umpire calls play on. Starcevic. And the umpire has found a free kick. The non-controlling umpire has paid a high tackle. That one down at ground level. And a bit on here once again. It's what you'd expect in a grand final at this level. Fudge getting involved. So is Wilkins. Umpire's just restoring order at the moment. Couple of punches thrown there. Emergency umpire just on his way out to just calm things down a little bit. Taking the free kick is going to be Jacob Fudge. He was taken high in that contest. Oh no, in fact, rather, my apologies, that is Nathan Byrne. Nathan Byrne is on a very tight angle. It's about 1.5 minutes to go. This is an important kick. Struck it well. He's given it a good launch. He's got the goal. Fabulous goal from Nathan Byrne. That's his first. And oh, good God almighty. Hasn't he given one to Hammond? Just be careful there. You don't want the goal taken off you. And Northam now go to 5-7-37 to 10-5-65. The margin is 28 points. We're just about a minute out from three-quarter time. It's still anybody's game, dare I say it. The Kellerberrin have still got a healthy edge. Back out of the centre. Lewis got the hand pass away. Byrne, who got the last goal, brought down on the tackle. And the umpire will call for the ball again. Byrne takes it out of the ruck this time. Hurriedly gets boots a ball. Narrier overruns it. Back up from Dershow. Eyes off the hand pass. This is a big spark here. The kick towards half forward. And a fine mark taken there by Ellis. And he has a shot from about 35 metres out. And that's going to be on the three-quarter time siren. So he's going to get on with it. Is Ellis? Or is he? No, he's just going to have to go back. Just settle things down now. And have a shot for goal. If he can get this one, it'll make the margin 22 points. Heading into the final quarter. And this could rattle Kellerberrin just a little bit. They wouldn't want to concede the last two goals. But Ellis, an important kick here. Gets close to the man on the mark. It's not going to make the distance. And so no score will be registered. Three-quarter time here at Beverley Town Oval. The margin at the moment, 5-7-37 to 10-5-65. 28 points in favour of the Kellerberrin side. Still anybody's game, only just, but Northam still have a lot of work to do in the final 20 minutes. The final quarter coming your way after this.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
Welcome back to Beverley Town Oval. We're turning for home in the Avon Football Association Reserves Grand Final. And what a game we have in store. The margin at the moment is some 18 points. And let me tell you, it is going to be a mammoth game. 37 to 65. In fact, it's 28 points, I should say. Last couple of goals, 2 of the last 3 goals kicked by Northam, including one very important goal from Nathan Byrne on the verge of three-quarter time. Put Kellerberrin just slightly off their feet, and then a couple of goals from Lucas Griffiths. Not only a good goal on the run, but off a free kick. That increased their lead to some 28 points. 10-5-65 to 5-7-37 as we're about to turn for home in this Reserves Grand Final. Will it be Kellerberrin that'll hold on to this lead and take out the premiership? Or will Northam come from behind and swoop out of nowhere? Final term underway in this Avon Reserves Grand Final. Kellerberrin and Northam, as the first tap is won by Clark. Northam with numbers at ground level. Moore looks to take possession, but there's a free kick going the way of Kellerberrin. And it's going the way of Griffiths. Griffiths' kick finds McCreary. McCreary now. Long kick towards centre half forward. Going up a terrific mark in front, Nichols. And he marks about 40 metres out from goal. And he'll have a chance to kick his fourth and to possibly seal this premiership for Kellerberrin. Declan Nichols. He's been quite the force inside that forward line. He's kicked 3. Can he make it 4? Doesn't make the distance. Probing kick. Almost a one-hander by Smith. Towards the goal. A quick snap. A goal! No, it's a minor score. Thought it was a goal for a moment. He looked to have had it. 10-6-66 to 5-7-37. Margin now 29 points, and it could be above 30. Rawlings chops it up from half forward. Centering ball intended for Griffiths. And he marks 45 out from goal directly in front. Rawlings now. He too has been damaging in midfield and a bit up forward. Big kick here for Marshall Rawlings. Directly in front. Gives it a good launch. Doesn't make the distance. And the umpire has signalled a minor score. It was touched over the line. And so 2 behinds in a row. Kellerberrin stretch it out to 30 points. 10-7-67 to 5-7-37. And again, Northam just bomb it long, hoping for the best, and it's chopped up again. This time by Rawlings. Finds Griffiths. Griffiths puts it out in front of Nichols. Couldn't take the mark. Plucks it in front towards McCreary. Takes Podmore in a strong tackle, and we'll have a ball up. Big thump away from Rowlandson. Around the corner goes Charlton from 35. He's got the goal! Or has he? No, he hasn't. Well, it's another behind. No, it's a free kick. It's a free kick. So 67, 10-7, 67. Kellerberrin plays 5-7, 37. Through the centre goes Northam, and again, they're going to turn it over through Leake. Leake's kick is a good. McIntosh. Will it be fourth time lucky for Kellerberrin? What's the answer? Yes! Signed, sealed and delivered Kellerberrin. McIntosh has his first goal. The goal kicking. McIntosh now has 47 goals for the season. And that one couldn't have come at a better time. 11-8-74 to 5-7-37. And Kellerberrin, well, they're going to be on their way to a... You can make no mistake about it, they'll be after another one later today, because they'll be taking on Cunderton. A bit back in the centre. Winning the ruck contest there was Ellis. Ellis this time loses out to Charlton. Tap forward to Griffiths. Griffiths kick towards half forward. Overrunning it was Rowlandson. Likewise McIntosh. And getting on the end of it there was Ellis. Ellis's kick into space. Dershow taking in a strong tackle. Aaron goes across the ground. And now Fudge. I just kicked a couple of goals today. Fudge drives it long towards centre half forward. Going up is an area. Couldn't take the mark. Roving it out the back is Dyer. Dyer goes across the ground. Misjudged kick intended for Hammond. Ball goes to ground, but he lays a strong tackle at the expense of Collard. And he's going to be rewarded for it, holding the ball. Free kick will go Kellerberrin's. Go to all. Show. White couldn't take the mark. It comes unstuck again. Half forward. Just couldn't take the mark. Smith. Can he get through the traffic? He goes for the hand pass. Griffiths towards an open. Pressure. Run out of legs. And Kellerberrin, they're kicking their way to a reserves premiership. Hot spot. In front was Walls, couldn't take the mark. Rawlings. Griffiths at ground level. Was he held? Kick towards the pocket. And it's out of bounds on the full. The one is down. Rawlings is down. Inside 50. Might be, hopefully for his sake, a late game cramp. We'll have to find out in just a little bit. He is running. Hard now. And it into the 30 Podmore plays it wide towards the right. Anderson goes around the corner towards half forward. Smith cleverly thumps it forward to Nichols. And he got pinged for a throw there, and the free kick's going to go the way of Starcevic. 12-8 to 5-7. We're halfway through this final term. 53 points is the margin. Northam just steer it steady now. Good run around the would-be tackler from Clark. Clark kicks long towards half forward. Good spoil from Naria. Brilliantly played in the end by Collard. Probing kick towards the pocket. It's bouncing, and it bounces over the line, only for a point. 5-8, 38 to 12-8, 80. Margin is 52 points. Dyer. He's led from the front today, in fact all season. And that's a beautiful kick, they're on the run. And now they've got Anderson at the forward of the ball. Goes over the top to Griffiths. Gets the sit. He'll kick from 35 metres out. And it just sways to the right-hand side for a minor score. So 12-9, 81 to 5-8, 38. And again, just their discipline has been rewarding for Kellerberrin. As you saw there's going to be a bit of frustration between the Northam and Kellerberrin players, more so for Northam. They've been taken out of the game today through their discipline and their movement from defence into attack. Their ball movement, Northam, hasn't been at its best. And also, when you look at some moments where there was a little bit of frustration off the ball, it's taken them a bit further off their game. In the meantime, Starcevic close to the boundary line, and it is over. Getting the tap out is Ellis. It's headed for White. White up against Dershow. Great effort by Dershow. He's tried hard today. But again, Kellerberrin with the numbers around the football. Wilkins with a high ball towards half forward. Ellis from behind couldn't mark. Mopped up by Yaron. And now they thread their way through the defensive corridor. Long kick towards the centre circle. Good spoil. Out the back, Wilkins. Wilkins kick, clever. McCreary. McCreary centres the ball in the Griffiths direction. And he marks about 55 metres out from goal. Griffiths around the would-be tackler. High ball towards the tip of the goal square. And on his own. A terrific mark there by Rowlinson. And Rowlinson will have a shot from about 20 metres out on a 45-degree angle to make it 13 goals for Kellerberrin. Rowlinson was virtually ball goes to ground, snap beautifully smothered there by Naria, and it'll be over the boundary line. We'll have another boundary throw in. Clark got two hands to it. Naria thumps it away, only as far as a pack of Kellerberrin players. Be a throw in about 35 metres out from Northam's goal. Strong tackle by Naria. Umpire will call for the ball again. 5 minutes away for Kellerberrin from celebrating a well-deserved premiership in the reserves competition. Kick towards the pocket. 2-on-2, Northam gathering in numbers, but Kellerberrin continuously pushing back all of their players. Absolutely no players in Kellerberrin's forward half. They've got the ball congested in their defensive half at the moment. They're just going to chew up the time and just force stoppage after stoppage. They know they've... Clark quickly thumps it out. Naria can't break free from the tackle. Lawrence dribbles it towards the goal. And just offline. Found a free kick. Was held without it in that contest. Griffiths has it on left centre wing. Guides it well. Pies just had to call that one back. No advantage will be given. Hammered now, that's a good kick. Down the line, Leak. 2.5 minutes to go in this final term. And Clark could add a little respectability to the scoreboard. Goes long from 45 metres out. Has he got it? I think he has. Well done. Good kick, Jake Clark. He has his first goal. And Northam go to 6-8-44 to Kellerberrin 12-9-81. But that's nothing more than a mere consolation for the Northam side. They have been totally outplayed today from start to finish. That first quarter start just set it up. Northam just pegged them back in. But then Kellerberrin have just put on the turbo power in this last quarter and have kicked away to what is going to be a well-deserved premiership in the Avon Reserves competition for 2022. Ball will come back to the centre. We're inside the last minute and a half of this game. The umpire's just given a warning about the runners allowed on the ground. Back in the centre, Ellis thumps it down. Strong tackle, but being held without it there was Collard, and he'll get the free kick alongside the centre circle. Collard sets it up, high ball. Going up was Wilkins, so too Lawrence. Working hard is Smith from the pocket, and takes it over the line. We'll have a boundary throw in. Into the last minute, 60 seconds to go now for Kellerberrin to play this minute out and wait for the siren so they can celebrate what has been a great win today on their most important day of the year and to seal their reserves premiership in the Avon Football Association. McIntosh couldn't take it on the half volley, brilliantly thumped away towards Rowlandson. Long kick in the Nichols direction, and he marks! Kellerberrin let the celebrate. Terrific game for Kellerberrin. Northam, well, they will have to lament this loss and look forward to 2023 and another season of the Avon Football Association Reserves competition. It has been a great day for the Kellerberrin team. They finished in third place on the ladder, and a well-deserved win for them today to the tune of 43 points. Don't go anywhere, because we've still got the main course, the league position on the ladder. They'll be gunning for the league premiership from 2:15. Make sure you stay right where you are, live from the Beverley Town Oval. Cunderton and Kellerberrin for the league premiership.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience.
Which is truly fantastic for both the clubs to present these young players out here. But before you see that we have got some young women here in the Avon Football Association who do play netball. And these women there form a very important part of their sporting clubs. And a grand final was held between Northam and Fetties. And I would like to introduce Sandra Donkin, the netball coordinator, to officiate.
Thank you. Can we please have Federals represented up first, thanks? The result today was 44 to 26 to London. Yeah. For all the work that you've done for the league. Secondly, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Beverly for today for putting it on, and of course, thank you to my girls. We were the underdogs. We came, from fifth to make the grand final by winning 7 in a row. So I'm very proud, and awesome work, girls. Thank you to Cumberland. Great game, girls. You were the best on the day, and thank you for a nice clean match. And, thank you. Thank you. They will announce the MVP. Dearest MVP grand final.
The MVP from Cumberland, Taylor Allison. Who's gone missing? She wasn't here earlier.
Okay, can I please invite Linda? The captain, coach, London.
Firstly, thanks to Beverly for the day. It's a great day for it, hopefully a great day for everyone as well. To great going out there, hard fought game, we've been a good standard all season, and it's great that the competition that we've had is actually at such a high level, so that's a credit to everyone, but congratulations on making it today. Thank you to our football netball club, to our sponsors, to everyone who makes this sort of stuff happen, behind the scenes work. The President, Jeff Snook, and the committee that do all the work to get us here. Much appreciated, and we appreciate everyone's support to make it all happen and to get here on the final day. So thank you. To the umpires, thank you very much. It's great to have umpires that come to the final and can travel here. It's much appreciated, consistent umpiring. And also to all our umpires throughout the year. It's not easy sometimes to get umpires, so we appreciate everyone that does come and umpire for us and help out where they can. And to the girls, great season. We've had some ins and outs, but everyone's been there to support each other, off the court, on the court, and it's just great that we can have a bunch of girls that will have a good time together, and everyone's mates, and we get to celebrate this sort of thing. So great job, girls. First one, Emily last one. Amy Jo Williams. Sophie Rogers. Kate Ettridge. Maddie Corsini. Taylor Allison. And Kimmy.
Magpies. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to reserve. Congratulations again to the Cats on a one premiership win. Well done to you. Coming well done to Railways. What a magnificent effort from a young side. To come from where you have, it's a great effort. Don't lose heart. There are good things to come. Medals to our umpires, and cannot do without them. Thank you very much for a very well umpired game today. I'd now like to invite the Railways captain to come up and say a few words.
First of all, I just want to say thanks to Billy for putting it on today. The effort from you guys. Well done to Keller. You just better side on the day, deserved it. And yeah, thanks to Cam Watto for taking us under your wing and doing the hard yards for the last few years. We'll get there, boys. And unlucky to our boys, hopefully next year, eh?
Yeah, thanks to everyone coming out, really good turnout. Unlucky to our boys, really proud of you. At Keller, your experience and cool heads really showed off today, and hopefully we see you guys again out here next year. Cheers, guys.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the reserves fairest and best for the grand final, and I'll ask David Boyle to present the David Boyle family trophies.
Thanks, Ashley. Can I congratulate both sides for the way they went about their game today. And I'd like to announce that this young bloke playing for Kellerberrin first and best today, Raymond Griffiths.
First of all, congratulations to Beverly, Robbie, the Footy Club, and to the Shire facilities, everyone else. Of course, the Care Railways, the Box for the year, congratulations. Got a great bunch of young kids there, watching them play league and obviously the Resis. And it's been on top of young bloke who played with the 16 when it comes through, you're going to be a force record. Congratulations, mate, and best luck next year. To our boys, nothing better, is there? That's all they're going to say. Just on a personal note, it's going to make me sound real old. 25 years ago, I got playing a premiership with my old man, and today I get to play a premiership with my boy, so I couldn't be any prouder. Congratulations to the Cats, thanks to the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Ash Peaky to come forward, please. Okay, Cats, I'm going to call you forward now to present your medallions. Number 1, Marshall Rawlings. Number 4, McIntosh. Number 3, Keg Leak. Number 4, Kerry Smith. Number 5, Tom Stever. Number 6, Dylan Rollinson. Number 7, Steele Anderson. Number 8, Clancy Charlton. Number 9, Tim Innes. Number 10, Lucas Griffiths. Number 11, Scott Packham. Number 12, Cody McQuarrie. Number 13, Tom Philp. Number 17, Luke Button. Number 20, Curtis Mackin. Number 21, Stinger Griffiths. Number 25, Dave Smith. A big thanks to the AFA, all the sponsors that have allowed us to put on a great show. The Oval's in magnificent condition. Credit to you all. To Care, WA to Nick. These young men here have won the West Coast Award. Paul Rayner to Jeff Rayner to Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I'd like you all to please stand and honour the passing members of the second. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Place on the ladder, 2 wins clear, and then up against Kellerberrin, who had to go through to the grand final the hard way and finish in 4th place on the ladder. They've had to win a truly magnificent underdog story, but Cunderdin Town Oval, a beautiful Sunday afternoon. You can't ask for anything better. Single cloud in the sky here today as the players are in a massive game, 1st versus 4th, but ladder comes to grand final day for the Avon, but catches his opponent high. And he'll have a chance to go for his first goal and the first of the match. Just the way the Kellerberrin side had the ball on. Strong goal kicker response here. Cunderdin is kick 55. On the end of it again, Cunderdin get the clearance. Winmar overruns it, takes Linto down in the tackle. The umpire calls for the ball. Tossed up. On the end of it, Dring. Dring goes to ground. Has the ball in front of Kayla. Luckily for Mitchell, for Ward that is, I should say, not to be given 50, not to concede 50. Fulgrave. Fulgrave goes short, finds Lee. Lee drops it short. Rogers on the half volley. Hand pass chopped up by York. Taken in the tackle by Rogers, but he gets it out to Donkin. Donkin's kick falls short. And now Cunderdin can rebound here through Mitchell. Mitchell down the line towards the half-forward line. Kransberg first to it, but the ball beats them both over the line. Boundary throw-in. Boundary throw-in. On the end of it, Hutchison. Taken in the tackle. Umpire will call for it again. Harris wins it down. Cunderdin with the numbers at the back. Kyla Thompson goes long towards full forward. 1-on-1. No mark to Todd Rogers. Ball at the top of the goal square. McNeil recovers for Kellerberrin, but the kick is a disappointing one. The mark comfortably taken by Jackson Dring it is. So I'll have to... No, it's not Jackson Dring. I'll have to pick it up. But he's going to have a kick from about 45 metres out. Not a bad sort of a kick. It's not going to make the distance. Players go back. One of them was Fulgrave. And that one just offline, a minor score. So 1-1-7 to 1 behind. Cunderton with the first score of the afternoon for themselves. Bird got dragged off the hand pass, however. They have to concede some ground now to York. York's kick only as far as Lawrence. Keeps it in front. Lawrence centres the ball magnificently and out. He'll have a shot towards the goals. In fact, that's Caden Fulgrave, I should say. Fulgrave will kick from about 50 metres out on a slight angle. And this to get that goal back. A much needed response here. It's a low, long kick towards the goal. And Fulgrave strikes back for Cunderton. Caden Fulgrave has his first. And the team's first for the afternoon. And they go to 1-1-7 and levels the scores at the 7-minute mark of this opening term. A bit of goal-for-goal action early on in this Avon League Grand Final. Caden Fulgrave, 29 goals for the season now. And that one draws them level with the Kellerberrin side. And the ball's locked in the centre. Ward got the tap out. Getting on the end of it is Henry. Henry's kick towards half forward. Going back, a terrific mark. Dring. Dring goes short. Finds LaFontaine, a former WAFL star. They've got some good depth, the Cunderton side, at both ends of the ground. Another Waffle star, Fulgrave. Finds Lee. Just couldn't get complete possession. And providing the spoil, Hutchinson. And forces a stoppage for Kellerberrin. It'll be a boundary throw-in just by the main stand here. In front position. Getting it down there was Ward. Cunderton with the numbers. Beautiful hand pass over the top to Fulgrave. Centering kick to the top of the goal square. Who's going to go up? A great mark taken by Dixon. Courage in the air. On the last line of defence. Dixon will go short to Rogers. Penetrating kick towards centre wing. That's a good kick. Henry. Short hand pass. Long kick towards our commentary position. Spoil from behind. The 1-2 comes back to Kyle Beard. Short pass. Great mark under pressure. Mitchell has a bounce. Sweeping hand pass. Fulgrave from 60 metres out. Long drop punt towards the goal. And just offline for one behind. And that puts Cunderton in front by a point. 1-2-8 to 1-1-7. 9 minutes played in this opening term. Now Dixon. Going to bring it back into play now. Dixon spots Rogers. And that's a good mark. Now York. York goes over the top. 3-on-1, but Rogers wins out. Long kick by Rogers towards the forward half. Good use of the body by Johnson, but he did have his hands on Ward's back, and Ward will get the free kick on right centre wing. Drops it short and finds Dowding. Dowding goes to an unchecked Stokes, stood underneath it. Kayla Thompson coming in for the spoil. We'll have a boundary throw in just outside the 50. Brought back into play. Rogers loses front position. Fulgrave on the end of it. Got the sit. Great run on from Fulgrave. Long kick towards full forward. 2-on-2. Wonderful mark, Rogers. Good use of the body by Todd Rogers. In front position. Took a beautiful mark. And now he has a chance to put Cunderdin 7 points in front midway through this opening term. Todd Rogers, good kick. Always physical at the coalface. And he's always good in those contested situations. He has 55 goals for the season. Can he make it 56 with this shot for goal? Bit of a breeze blowing towards the right-hand side. So he'll have to hook it from left to right, I would say. Not a bad sort of a kick. It's coming back. He snuck it home. Todd Rogers gets the goal. Number 56 for the season. And Cunderdin's second of this opening term. They go out to a 7-point lead midway through this opening term. 2-2 to 1-1. I didn't get all of it at the drop of the football. I did Todd Rogers. The drop wasn't at the best, but he was just able to get enough distance and sneak that one in for that all-important major, the second one for Cunderdin today. And they get out to a 7-point lead. Back out of the centre. Another clearance for Cunderdin. Ball bounces freely. Kayla Thompson in front. Was he held without it? Yes, he was. Stokes did have a grip on Kayla Thompson's jersey. And he'll get the free kick for Cunderdin on right centre wing. Kayla Thompson has some options further up the ground. Goes long to the hot spot towards half. Oh, great mark. Terrific mark there. Deep and defensive 50 from Kranzberg. That's mark of the day, without a shadow of a doubt for Daniel Kranzberg. He elevated and made it stick. Kicks towards centre wing. Oh, Mitchell rides the bump. Takes the mark, and it's going to be on here. Make no mistake about it. Mitchell went down like a bag of spuds. And just getting some support from his teammates here. That was a pretty heavy hit, and 50 metres has been given as a result. And William Mitchell will go a little bit closer to goal. He'll kick from about 40, I would say. And that hit was a couple of steps too late. And there has been a booking as well. Both going for the ball initially, but then Mitchell took the mark. And then his opponent just playing the body at that time. And that's why 50 metres was given. A couple of steps too late, and the intent was there as well. But William Mitchell. This for Cunderdin's third goal, and he puts it through with the greatest of ease. Mitchell has Cunderdin's third for the first quarter. And at the 14-minute mark, 3-2-20. Plays 1-1-7, 13 points the margin in the early going of this Avon Football League Grand Final. What can Cunderdin do? What Kellerberrin do, I should say. What could Kellerberrin do to pull this lead back? Another centre clearance, this time for Kellerberrin. York. York goes over the top. Allen running back, couldn't take clean possession. He's up against Kyla Thompson. He's got the support from Beard. Players converging on the ball at ground level. No one able to pluck it out this time, and it's going to be a ball up in front of our commentary position. 20 plays 7 here at the Beverley Town Oval on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Rogers, was he taken high? Umpire says no. Winning it down was Harris. Comes back to Rogers, taken in the tackle. Going to ground was Ward as well, and there's a free kick. Cunderdin player being held onto, and it's going to be Kyle Beard. Beard goes across the ground. Lee spins out of trouble. Hand pass over the top. Puts Lawrence under a little bit of pressure. With the presence of mind to go off the deck. Here's Matty Rogers. Beautiful hand pass over the top. Fullgrave through the traffic. Gets it back to Lee. His kick smothered by Allen. On centre half forward now. Kellerberrin have numbers, but there was a high tackle. Free kick's going to go the way of Jad White. Just under 16 minutes gone. And York marks just inside the boundary line. Short and finds Allen. Allen out from right half back, drives it toward midfield. Big pack at the forward of the ball. Wally in front, couldn't mark. Hand pass into space. The umpire's found a push in the back. Advantage is paid. Didn't make good use of it, Kellerberrin, this time, because Cunderton had 3 around the ball. One of them was Corsini. The other was Mitchell. Fires the hand pass, intercepted by Rogers. Alex Rogers just over his head. Strong tackle on LaFontaine, and he's been rewarded. And the free kick will go the way of Alex Rogers on the forward side of centre for Kellerberrin. 16 minutes gone in this opening term. Margin 13 points. Can Kellerberrin get one back? On the verge of quarter time. Long kick by Rogers towards full forward. Going up, looking for the spectacular mark was York. Couldn't complete the one-hander. Ward caught from behind. Dispossessed. Strong tackle there by Wally. Umpire has signalled a push in the back. And that's going to be a free kick going the way of Cunderton. It'll be Stewart. Long kick towards half forward. Going back. Taking a terrific mark there was Cransberg. Cransberg's kick towards full forward. Cunderton have the numbers. Linto goes to ground. Hand pass into space. LaFontaine. Now it comes back to Corsini. Corsini kicks into space. 3 around the football for each of the teams. Lee running in hard. Rogers hurriedly gets boot to ball. Hutchison's kick is a beauty, and it finds Charlton just inside the 50. And he'll have a shot for Kellerberrin's second goal. This is a vital response here for Jack Charlton. Drop punt on its way. It's swinging back, but not far enough. And only one behind. 1-2-8 to 3-2-20. Margin now 12 points. Cunderton just sizing up the options now. Straight down the middle. That's a good kick through the corridor. Linto kicks towards left half forward. In front was Hill. Couldn't take the mark. Oh, almost got tripped over. Umpire calls play on. Spinning out of trouble was Mitchell. Kellerberrin converging in numbers once again. Winmar. Beautiful hands by Winmar. And now they're going to switch up the play here, Kellerberrin. York at the forward. Under a bit of pressure now. Just eases off the tempo a little bit. The kick intended for Rogers. Just loses his footing. LaFontaine. Was he taken high? He was pushed in the back. Bit of a late one there. And the free kick has been found. Quick hand pass to Mitchell. From 65 metres out. Hand pass comes to Lawrence. And another free kick has been found. It was a late one on Mitchell. He's copped a couple of those already. And a Kellerberrin player in question will go into the book. Again. He's being yellow carded this time. And that's Alex Rogers, who took Mitchell out with intent. So he's going to be off the ground for approximately 15 minutes. Long kick by Kayla Thompson towards the goal. And just to the near side for a minor score. So 3-3-21 to 1-2-8. The kick out towards half back. And it finds Smith. Smith goes towards Henry. And that's a good mark on left centre wing. Smith goes in the Cransberg direction. He's in front. Getting hands to it, LaFontaine. Hand pass over the top, chopped up. And the umpire sees that it was over the line. And it will be a boundary throw-in.
3-3 plays 1-2 in this league grand final. And again, Linto chops it up from defensive side of centre. The kick finds Rogers, the former Perth Demons player. Beautiful kick to the hands of Tubby. Tubby's kick is long to the hot spot. Who will go up and take the mark? Todd Rogers couldn't reel it in, and it's forced over the line for one behind. Now Kellerberrin, scoreline being 3-4-22 to 1-2-8. Kellerberrin under a little bit of pressure. They've got some work to do when moving the ball out of defence. Kick in the Cransburg direction. Good pressure in front of the ball by Liam Tubby and takes it over the line. Boundary throw in. Just on the bench inside, alongside me, Alex Rogers just recuperating at the moment. He's having his 15 minutes off the ground for that incident on Mitchell. As Kellerberrin will look to steer it towards centre wing and trying to keep it in play, doubting, but to no avail. A boundary throw in. On right centre wing. In front position, Harris wins it down. At ground level, Lee centering kick towards full forward, and again, Cransburg. So far, brilliant in defence. Takes a good mark uncontested. Inboard kick. And now White. White, dangerous kick. But finds its way to Allen. And now Winmar. Centering kick. And now Wally. Kicked the first goal for Kellerberrin earlier. Running back, LaFontaine with courage in the air. Terrific mark on half-back. Fontaine, stab pass, interesting kick, but through the traffic. Johnson. His short pass was intended for forward, but the Kellerberrin player chops it up easily and centres the ball to Stokes. Stokes' kick towards the centre corridor. Winmar kept his feet very well, followed it up with a hand pass to an under-pressure McNeil. Ball hotly disputed. It's now mopped up by Wade. Oh, bit of a head-high tackle there. Umpire says play on. Fulgrave's hand pass. Smothered by Cransburg, having to concede some ground now. And now they'll look to settle things through Stokes. And Rogers. He's got a couple of players at the forward of the ball. Henry. Well done. A terrific mark. Follows it up with a stab pass towards half forward. Terrific mark. Rowan Ward. Great courage. He got one on the head to go on with. But he took a wonderful mark flying with the ball and just reeled it in nicely inside the 50. This could reward his team with a fine goal as we close in on quarter time. That's what you'd call courage in the air. If you're either a half forward or a full forward, when you're offering yourself up on a lead, that's certainly a key. He certainly had it. Did Rowan Ward, and can convert with a goal if he can kick it. He's going to be from right on the 50. Strikes it well. Not a bad sort of a kick. It's not going to make the distance. In front, York now. Players under pressure. Henry. Wally. Players go to ground. Strong team tackle. And the umpire will call for the ball. And there's the siren to end the first quarter. And Cunderton off to the start that they wanted. 3-4-22 to 1-2-8. Goals scored by Fulgrave, Rogers and Mitchell. And for Kellerberrin, Malachi Wally, the only goal scorer for the blue, red and white. The second quarter to come after this here at Beverley Town Oval, where it is Cunderton leading 22 to Kellerberrin 8. Second quarter coming up shortly.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
And welcome back to Beverley Town Oval. The second quarter about to get underway in the Avon Football League Grand Final between Cunderton and Kellerberrin. At the moment, 3-4-22 to 1 goal, 8 Cunderton, the top side on the ladder, leading. 3 goals to Fulgrave, Rogers and Mitchell. They were the goal kickers for Cunderton, and Mitchell Wally the only goal kicker for Kellerberrin. As we go back to ground level for the start of the second term. Going to be an important term for Kellerberrin. They had a couple more inside 50 entries in the last 5 minutes, and they just weren't able to convert on their chances. They had chances from the likes of Wally, Henry, and even Lewis York and Rowan Ward in the last 5 minutes. Took an incredible mark, running forward with courage in the air. Just couldn't convert on his opportunities at that time. And no doubt the coach of the Kellerberrin side, Mark Ward, will just be saying, okay, just settle things down now. Don't need to panic when disposing the ball. And only time is certainly going to tell as to who will take the initiative in this second quarter. Cunderton, the side on top of the ladder, only lost twice. Troy Fulgrave, of course, the coach. He'll be pleased with their efforts, but maybe lamenting maybe they could have kicked away a little bit further ahead. Second quarter underway. Getting hands to it was Ward. On the end of it, Fulgrave. Can't take clean possession. And now, Kellerberrin with the clearing kick. Only as far as Winmar. Through the traffic, Winmar, brilliantly done. Hand pass to Allen. Kicks towards half forward. And a great mark taken there by Shay Allen. In fact, that's Jack Charlton, my apologies, I should say. Jack Charlton on left half forward. And he's going to have a shot from about 55 metres out. I would say a bit too far out to score. It might get touched even with his best kick. But he is a good kick. Here's Jack Charlton. It's a good launch on it. Not a bad sort of a kick. Thumped away over the line. And it is a minor score. He did get some good distance on it, but just a little bit short. 139 to 34-22. In this league grand final, Cunderton, the 13-point lead. Rogers kicks towards half back. Mopped up by the Kellerberrin players. Kick over the top. And running back with the flight of the ball. Dowding marks on left half forward. Jake Dowding. Solid in their preliminary final win last week. Dowding, will this be number 10 for the season as far as goals kicked for this season? He's a bit similar way out to Charlton. Gives it a big launch. And again, it is offline to the near side, one behind. So 1-4-10 is Kellerberrin. And Cunderton now lead by 12 points. And now Cunderton will have to reset. They've had it locked in their defensive half for the first few minutes. Stewart, long kick towards centre wing. Big thump from Lee, and it's over the line. Boundary throw in. Despite that big row of cars there and families sitting by the grass. And that is great to see the family atmosphere here today at Beverley Town Oval, the host of this grand final day. They've really turned it on, the Shire, the townspeople, the volunteers. They've done a fantastic job here today, as well as the Avon Football Association. Harris gets it down, close to the line, and it'll be over once again. Winning it down, Harris. Full grape gets on the end of it. Lawrence combines now with Linto. Linto spins around the would-be tackler. Centering kick. 2-on-1. Rogers running hard. So too White. Hand pass under pressure. Lee. Hand pass mopped up now by Donkin. Donkin's kick towards centre half back. Great pick up by Stokes. Stokes' kick intended for Dowding. Going back, he was chopped in the arms there. And that'll be a free kick against LaFontaine. And now Dowding goes short immediately and finds Stokes on right centre wing. Stokes going to send it long to the forward pocket. In front was Ward. Roving out the back there was Dring. Dring kicks across his body, up and under kick. On the end of it, Harris. And now Cunderton. Whoa, spearing tackle on half forward. Umpire calls play on as he was written into the ground. Winmar goes off the deck. And Cunderton have numbers to clear defensive 50. The kick is in the direction of Liam Tubby. Just needs to sit. He's up against Kransberg. One-on-one. Brilliantly played by Kransberg. Long kick towards right half forward. Players will fly, no mark. Wally providing a strong tackle and forces another stoppage. It's a boundary throw-in. No goals scored thus far. 4.5 minutes gone in this second term, the Avon Football League Grand Final. And locked in once again. Kellerberrin side just putting on a little bit of pressure on Cunderton at the moment, but they're just not hitting the scoreboard to the extent that they're after. Comes now to Henry. Unable to break clear. Stokes got bundled out as soon as he kicked it, but the umpire's found a free kick. The non-controlling umpire has paid a free kick to Stokes for a dangerous tackle, and he'll have a shot from roughly on the 50. This will be an important kick for goal here. In fact, we'll go to Charlton, rather. He's handed it off to Jack Charlton. This will be his second shot for goal. He didn't make the distance with his last one, but he's a bit closer to goal. This to make it 6 points. Drop punt on its way. And I think he's put it through. He has. Charlton gets the second for the Kellerberrin side. And now the margin goes down to 6 points, 3-4 to 2-4. Here at the Beverley Town Oval. We've played just under 6 minutes in this second quarter. Six points the difference now. Real arm wrestle so far in this league grand final. Harris got the tap out. Ball in dispute in the centre. Players converging in numbers. On the end of it is York. Up and under kick into space. Henry keeps it in front. Well done by Henry. Brilliantly done. Gets it back to York. York kicks down the line. Intended for McNeil. And over the boundary line and a throw in. Taking it out of the ruck there was Liam Ward, but did push his opponent out of the ruck, and Harris will take the free kick on the defensive side of centre. Goes down the line. That's a good kick. And it finds Mackenzie Lawrence. Lawrence just sizing up the options now from centre wing. But he has to go down the line here. Interesting kick. Going up is Corsini, couldn't take the mark. Players go to ground. Lee was one of them, but keeping his feet once again was Winmar. He's showing his class off half back. The kick, a bit of a worrying one. Hand pass partially smothered by Dowding. And now Ward goes off the deck. Intended there for Wally. Well done by Harris. Getting the numbers back. Hand pass smothered. Johnson. Through the traffic, unable to break free from the third tackle. Results in a turnover, but Rogers shows his commitment for Cunderton. Centering kick towards half-back. Tubby keeps it in front. He's under a bit of pressure from his opponent in the one-on-one, taken in the tackle by Rogers. And the umpire's found the free kick. Rogers will be the beneficiary. Immediately gets things moving. Henry. Henry's centering ball is a good one. Out in front of Wally. And he marks just inside the 50. Well, Archie Wally, strong running game in the forward line. Good mark, uncontested, and in the one-on-ones. He always plays the pressure game very well indeed. This will be an important goal here. He'll kick it goal from about 50. No breeze to speak of, but he's going to have to give it his best ball burster here to level the scores. And that one never got going, I'm afraid. And that is out of bounds on the full. So Cunderton still have that 6-point lead here at the Beverley Town Oval in this league grand final. And now, what can the Black and Whites do to reset from the back line? Long kick, no mark. Harris went up, hand pass comes in from Stewart. Keeping his feet brilliantly was Jordan Lee through the centre corridor. The kick towards half forward in the one-on-one. A marvellous mark by Mitchell. Mitchell's got it just outside the 50. He's going to thump it long to the top of the goal square. Rogers out the back. The umpire's found a free kick. The non-controlling umpire, and Rogers, who it is in the one-on-one, was held, and he'll have a shot directly in front, but the advantage was paid, and the goal has been kicked. And that was by Fulgrave, and he has his second goal off the advantage, and Cunderton stretch their lead back to 12 points. 4-4-28 to 2-4-16. No, just the way that Cunderdin are just able to use the ball through the corridor is really making the Kellerberrin defenders having to play 1+ in that defensive zone, but it isn't really working at the moment. And that goal from Fulgrave, which is his second, has put Kellerberrin back on the back foot. Out of the contest. On the end of it, Johnson. Beautiful hands to forward. Forwards kick towards centre half forward. Lawrence. Diving chest mark. About 70 out from goal. Signifies he's going to go long in the Rogers direction. 2-on-1 in front. A great mark. Well, isn't he having a great start to this grand final? 2-on-1. Rogers. Good use of the body. Got himself into good position to take the mark despite the two Kellerberrin defenders in front of him. And he's going to go for goal number 2 and give a little bit of breathing space for the Cunderdin team. So Todd Rogers, he'll kick from about 25 metres out directly in front to make it an 18-point margin. And he has snuck it home. It's a goal. 2 goals for Rogers. And they continue to kick away. In this second quarter, Cunderdin 5-4-34 to 2-4-16 the margin. 3 goals. Basically, the defenders at the moment in the Kellerberrin defensive 50 just not able to stay with Rogers. They're not able to match his physical pressure at the contest. And Rogers has been taking some relatively easy marks. They've got to nullify his influence on the game, because if he's able to go on a tear and kick another big tally, now equates to 57 for the season, it's going to be difficult. And again, Kellerberrin with a centre clearance but ineffective. Corsini, he marks on half back. Just got boots of ball as soon as he got tackled. Dring mops it up. Cunderdin have the numbers. Beard dispossessed. And now Wally. Wally provides a strong tackle on forward, and he's going to be rewarded. Holding the ball. He did drag it in. And the free kick is going to go the way of Wally. Wally penetrating kick towards the forward pocket. Good use of the body by Johnson. Umpire calls play on. Dowding goes to ground. And the umpire will call for a ball up just inside the boundary line. .5 minutes gone. This second term, margin 18 points. And another stoppage enforced by the Kellerberrin side. There's the throw in. On the end of it now, Mitchell. Transfers play to the near side and finds Matty Rogers. Rogers onto the left foot. Difficult kick. Mopped up by Dixon. Taken in the tackle there by Stewart. Kellerberrin with numbers at the back of the ball. They deliver it to Dixon. Centering kick is a good one. And it finds York. York, wobbly kick towards half forward. Roving it out the back. Key defenders for Cunderdin able to rescue themselves out of a trough here in defence. The kick from Mitchell. It finds the arms of Lawrence. Taking a couple of good marks this second quarter is Mackenzie Lawrence. Centres it to Fulgrave. Through the centre. The kick inside full forward. It's in the Rogers direction. 1-on-1. Couldn't take the mark. And running towards an open goal was Jad Hill, but he misses to the far side. So 5-5-35 to 2-4-16. The margin this time 19 points. As we are at the 15-minute mark of this second term. Difficult kick for Allen. Cunderdin with numbers at the back. It's a high ball. About 45 metres out from goal. Lawrence goes up, couldn't mark. In front, Waite. Taken in the tackle. Lawrence Was that pushed in the back? Umpire says no, it'll be a ball up. There's the ball up. Rogers, or Harris rather, wins it down. And the tackle was efficient, but the throw deemed by the umpire. And the free kick will be taken by Lachlan Stewart. He'll have it about 40 metres out from goal, and this will be for Cunderdin's 6th. Lachlan Stewart playing a bit in midfield and up forward. Well, Fulgrave was looking for the hand pass, but he's ignored. Stewart's going to back himself in from 45 metres out. Strikes it well, but offline. And only one behind. So 5-6-36. To 2-4-16. Now a 20-point margin in favour of Cunderdin. Scored a couple of goals this quarter. And only one to the Kellerberrin side. Great mark by Allen on half-back. Down the line, the Cats go. Difficult kick, mopped up by Harris. But taken in a strong tackle by a couple of Kellerberrin players. And a ball up on centre wing. Ward wins it down. It's the hand pass into space. Henry. Quick snap off a couple of steps, an ineffective kick. And the mark taken by Lee. Oh no, sorry, that's Lawrence. Kick smothered by Kransberg. Couldn't mop up. Needing the Shepherd. Good hands by Mitchell. Brilliant hands, in fact, by Mitchell. Gives it out to Stewart. Stewart's kick intended for Linto. Couldn't take the diving chest mark. Kellerberrin with numbers. They steer it back towards the forward side of centre. Going back, Dring and Kayla Thompson. The kick towards the forward line, in towards an open goal. Big chance here for Kellerberrin, and the goal has been kicked. A magnificent goal by Dowding. Much needed goal for the white, red and blue. And Kellerberrin, they go out to 3 goals, 4-22 to 5-6-36. It's now back to a 14-point margin at the 18-minute mark of this quarter. Well, a vital goal kicked by Dowding has seen the Cats get back to within 14 points of Cunderdin. Out of the centre. Clearing kick by Stokes towards half forward. Another inside 50 entry here, but immediately cleared by Cunderdin. Long probing kick towards centre wing. Going back with courage, Mitchell. Great effort too by Lewis York. He goes to ground. And the non-controlling umpire has found the free kick. And it's a high tackle going the way of Lewis York. He's got Henry on the run. And he takes a good mark. Mitchell Henry. It's on the forward half of centre. They'd love another goal. Just before half-time. That's a beautiful kick to the pocket. Brilliant precision shown by Henry as he finds Shea Allen on the forward pocket. And he's going to have a shot for Kellerberrin's 4th goal. Shea Allen been presenting himself on leads everywhere in the forward line. He's played a bit down back. Been vital in their midfield supply all season. But Allen can kick Kellerberrin's 4th goal if he kicks truly. No, he doesn't. And it's only a minor score. 3-5-23 to 5-6-36. Margin 13 points. With just about 5 minutes to go. Heading into the long break. Out of the back pocket, Cunderton goes towards half-back. Kick intended for Rogers, but the ball beats him over the line. We'll have a throw-in. Ward in front, gets it down. Henry running hard towards the coalface. Cunderton with numbers out the back, moving it quickly by hand. Winmar. Strong tackling here by Kellerberrin. Umpire calls for the ball. Ward thumps it away. Fulgrave, was he held? Umpire calls play on. Long kick towards Kellerberrin's forward 50. And a terrific mark from behind Rogers. Rogers centres the ball. Dangerous kick. Oh! Another high hit this time. It's at the expense of Liam Tubby. Well recovered there. Gives it off to Corsini. Kick to a 2-on-1. Fulgrave the intended target. The spoil from Rogers. Down at ground level, Harris. Putting his body on the line and has found the free kick. High tackle. Inside the last 4 or 5 minutes of this first half. 5-6 plays, 3-5 if you're just joining us for the first time. The kick intended for Lee. Good spoil. In front, Linto. Another opportunity for Kellerberrin to clear. Disappointing kick. Beard couldn't reel in the mark. And the umpire locking that one in. It'll be a ball up. Either team can kick a goal before half-time, and they'll have a big wave of momentum. Holding the ball is the call. Umpire pays advantage towards full forward. Dowding in front, but concedes the free kick for a push, and it's going to go the way of LaFontaine. LaFontaine intended to go to Mitchell, but he finds another target in Johnson through the guts. Johnson now goes to Mitchell. And has got a couple players at the forward of the ball. Target is Lawrence, and he takes a good mark on right centre wing. Lawrence cuts back to the middle. Mopped up by Corsini. Corsini's kick in the Linto direction. In front. Good pressure from behind York. Both players gathering in numbers now. Johnson now can't take clean possession and had plenty of opportunities to get rid of it. Holding the ball. And the free kick's going to go the way of White. White drops it short. Intended for Ward. Just overran it that time. Lawrence. Now Johnson. Johnson goes long towards half forward. Spall came from Hill. Well played by Alex Rogers. Hand pass comes into York. Centering kick towards Nick Rogers off half back. His kick intended for Dowding. Ball trickles towards the boundary line. And it will beat the intended target in Drigg for Cunderton. There'll be a boundary throw-in with just about a minute to go before the long break. And that kick towards half forward, a disappointing one, out of bounds on the full. Now Cunderton have another chance to steer it forward inside the last 60 seconds. Before half-time, this is Alex Linto. Linto driving it down the line. In front there was Dixon, couldn't take the mark. Strong tackle applied by Lawrence. And the umpire will signal a throw-in. 20 seconds to go before half-time. Don't think there'll be time for another score. And what has been quite an arm wrestle in the early goings of this game. Dowding in front, loses out to Harris. Ball goes to ground. And the siren's gone for half-time. 13 points the margin in favour of Cunderdin over Kellerberrin. 5-6-36 to 3-5-23. It's been an arm wrestle for much of the second quarter, and they got a couple of goals back, did Kellerberrin, Charlton and Dowding in that second term, and 2 goals each to Fulgrave and Todd Rogers in that first half. Tight grand final we've got here, 13 points separating the teams, with league leaders Cunderdin holding that advantage over Kellerberrin as we head into the long break. Second half coming shortly here at Beverley Town Oval in the Avon League Grand Final. Don't go anywhere.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go, but one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience, because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate, and just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go, but one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience, because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate, and just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go, but one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience, because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate, and just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go, but one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
And welcome back to Beverley Town Oval. Second half about to get underway between Cunderdin and Kellerberrin. The margin at the moment is some 13 points, 5-6 to 3-5 here at Beverley Town Oval. Sunday afternoon football, and so far Fulgrave and Todd Rogers with 2 goals for Kellerberrin, for Cunderdin I should say, and for Kellerberrin goals to Wally, Charlton and also Dowding. Players and umpires are out on the ground, getting themselves set for the second half, and it promises to be an absolute barn burner here today. This second half, very tight throughout the first. And the first goal of the second half will be a very important one for the teams in the context of this game. First versus fourth, as we said pre-game, on the ladder. But both teams are out with a massive point to prove today. Who is going to be the best? Umpires now into position. So will the players. I think they're going to go into one last huddle, the Cunderdin team. They'll be fired up. The Cunderdin side ready for the second half. Even though they've got 13 points, a gap to play with, they do not want to be taking their foot off the gas under any circumstances. Both teams now into position. Are we all set to go for what is going to be an important second half? So we're about to get it underway. A great atmosphere here at Beverley Town Oval. Beautiful sunny weather and football of a very good standard too, even though goal kicking has been a little bit difficult. First centre clearance will be crucial, especially with the likes of Stuart Linto, Kayla Thompson and Todd Rogers being damaging at both ends of the ground. Away we go for the second half here at Beverley Town Oval. Harris gets it down, the first tap of the second half, and Cunderdin immediately get things going. Johnson, the kick towards half forward. Rogers the intended target, and an easy mark taken there by Morgan Smith, and immediately gets things going now for the Kellerberrin side. Kick towards centre wing. Alex Rogers in front position, takes a good mark. Goes short. Finds Dowding. And now Winmar. Winmar now goes short, finds Stokes through the centre corridor. Dixon at the forward of the football. And now White on right centre wing. White hasn't got a lot of options presenting, so he has to play on. Down the line he goes, 2-on-1. Where was the communication? Harris looked to have taken the mark. 3-on-2 here. Strong tackle by Jordan Harris. The umpire will call for the ball. Harris wins the tap out.
Ball locked in the forward 50 once again. Kellerberrin, they've got it in their forward 50. That's where they need it to be. Out of the stoppage, Allen gets boot to ball towards full forward. Linto, good use of the body. Trying to clear the defensive 50. Allen in front, couldn't complete the mark. Lawrence, opportunity to clear defensive 50. He's got it. Fullgrave now goes inboard. And it goes back to Lawrence. Lawrence intended for Rogers. That's Matthew Rogers, the former Perth player. Up and under kick towards half forward. Bounces over the back. Hill. And again, Kellerberrin doing all they can to recover. Allen. Kick intended for Wally. Was he held without it? Umpire calls play on. Ball goes to ground and it's locked in right centre wing. 36 plays 23. No score added just yet in this third quarter. We played just under 3 minutes. Henry through the traffic. Well done by Henry. The kick intended for Winmar is good. And Winmar marks on the centre square. Winmar long towards half forward. In front, Ward. Held his opponent without it. And the umpire's found the free kick. It's going the way of Johnson. He's got a deep and defensive 50. He marks on left half back. Now Lee. Lee thumps it long. Close to the boundary line, and York. His hand pass smothered over the line for a boundary throw-in. Just by the main stand here. 5-6 to 2-3. First goal in this quarter will be a vital one. 2 goals each to Fullgrave and Todd Rogers for Cunderton. Mitchell, the other goal kicker, Wally, Charlton and Dowding for Kellerberrin. Strong tackle by Rogers. Umpire will lock it in again. On the end of it, Lee. Mowed down on the tackle by McNeil. Be a ball up. Both ruckmen miss it, but there was a knee in that ruck contest, an illegal one. Free kick goes the way of Harris on the forward half. Harris stumps it long to the hot spot. Todd Rogers, the intended target. Got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark, and it's over the line for a behind. 5-7 to 3-5. And now, Kellerberrin take it to half back. In front, Rogers, terrific mark. Deep in the contest. He's going to go in the Henry direction, stands underneath it. Spoil from behind, Beard. Ball at ground level, strong tackle from Ward. Umpire calls play on, hand pass partially smothered. Johnson now mowed down on the tackle, the umpire calls for the ball. Harris up against Ward. Ward this time got the tap out. Winmar goes off the deck, but was kicking in danger according to the umpire. And Cunderton will get the free kick through Jordan Lee. Signifies he's going to go long. Probing kick inside the 50 to the right forward pocket. Rogers went up, couldn't mark. All at ground level, hotly disputed. Dixon with the hand pass. Henry Deep in the pocket, York under pressure, taken in the tackle. Here's trouble. And it's holding the ball. And the free kick is going to go Cunderden's way. And it is through the man himself, Matty Rogers. Can he give Cunderden some breathing space and make it a 20-point lead? Matty Rogers from the pocket. He's a good kick of the footy, and that is no exception. Terrific kick from Rogers. And that gives them a 20-point lead, 6-7 to 3-5. Cunderden aiming for their 11th premiership. Looking to go back-to-back, and they are looking the goods at the moment. 20-point lead. Short of halfway through this third term. While Kellerberrin Tamman, they're looking for premiership number 8. Back in the centre. 43 to 23. Strong tackle by Fullwood. On the end of it, Lawrence. Umpire calls play on. It was touched off the boot. Lee goes to ground. Receives some support from Rogers. Probing kick towards the top of the goal square. And just misses to the far side. "21 points the margin, 44 plays 23. As Keller Tamman steer it towards right half back, and a strong mark taken by Kransberg. Kransberg goes inboard. And now McNeil. Sizing up the options through the wing. Winmar. Wobbly kick intended for Stokes over the line. Boundary throw in on the wing. Harris gets it down. Good hand pass from Stewart towards Mitchell. And now Fulgrave. Long kick towards the pocket. Rogers in front on the second grab. Plays on, shoots towards goal. And what's he done with this one? It's a goal. No, he's missed. Thought he got it through for a moment, but not this time. So one behind, 6-9 to 3-5. In favour of Cunderden. Corey Dixon. Goes long towards half back. No intended target presenting. And they could pay the price here. That's a good centering kick, a little too much on it. And an obvious high tackle there. Kransberg just getting his opponent around the neck. And it's that man again, Rogers. And Rogers will take the free kick about 50 metres out. Matty Rogers looking for number 2. Former Perth Demons player. Played a bit with Swan Districts as well. Won the reserves premiership with Perth and the Waffle last year. Can he get another? This time with Cunderden in the Avon League. It's not a bad sort of a kick, but slightly offline. And another behind. 6:10:46 to 3-5-23 at the 11-minute mark of this third term. Dixon brings it back into play now. Who's going to go up? Brilliant mark over the top. Dowding. Dowding's got it on centre wing. Risky kick. Corsini with the easy intercept. Another chance here for Cunderden to add to the scoreboard. Long bomb towards half forward. Dixon with the spoil. Keeping it in play, Dowding. Hurried kick towards centre wing. The umpire spotted a free kick. High tackle by the non-controlling umpire. The free kick going the way of Cunderden once again. And you guessed it. It's Matthew Rogers. He's been in the thick of it in this third term. Rogers' kick just falls short of Fulgrave. Good tidy up. Long kick towards the goals. He's got the goal. Amazing goal, Caden Fulgrave. That's his third goal. And they continue to pull away, does Cunderton. 7-10-52 to 3-5-23. 29 points the margin at the 12-minute mark of this third quarter. Caden Fulgrave mopping up. Wasn't able to get clean possession on the first bite. Tidied up magnificently and was able to thread it through for a beautiful goal. From the non-preferred angle close to the line. That's one of the goals of the day. Number 3 for Caden Fulgrave. He's been brilliant today. Someone would have to really chase him closely because he's been a massive influence in this game. 52 plays 23. Winmar taken to the tackle, and the umpire will lock it in. Ward looking to snatch it out of the contest. Stuck in the centre. And now Allen can clear for Kellerberrin. Towards left half forward. And now from the back line. Brilliantly played by Fontaine. His kick smothered. Has some support. Hand pass through the traffic. They go over the top now. LaFontaine has got some company. He gets it back now. 3 around the football. Cunderton now on top here. They've got the running game through the wing. The kick towards Lee just over his head. 2-on-1 here. Kellerberrin have the numbers. McNeil now. Taken in, and there's a push in the back. Free kick will go Kellerberrin's way. And it's McNeil. And now mopped up once again by Corsini. His kick intercepted by McNeil once again. McNeil goes across the ground. Long ball to York. York's kick just falling short of Donkin. He just gets the sit in time. Donkin's kick in the Hutchinson direction. Got caught behind there, and a terrific mark by Lawrence on at left half back. Lawrence from left half back down the line. And an easy mark. No, not this time. Was dropped by Ward. Had an attack at the Butterfingers at the last second. Kellerberrin go off the deck. Hand pass into space. Allen. Big thump over the top. Comes to Stewart. Stewart kicks long towards full forward. Rogers in front. Couldn't take the mark. Good pressure from behind. Smith. Needed the support. McNeil. McNeil kicks towards left half back. And the mark comfortably taken by White. White goes short and finds Rowan Ward. 10 minutes to go before three-quarter time. Ward's kick is a wobbler. Lawrence fires the hand pass into space. Fulgrave fires it back to Dring. Dring taken in the tackle, and it'll be locked in just away from the forward 50. Big thump away from Harris. Spinning out of trouble, Rogers. Winning the ground ball there was Smith. And that's as far as he got this time. It'll be a ball up outside the 50. 7-10 to 3-5. Trying to spin out of trouble was Fulgrave. But he was taken high in the process, and he'll get the free kick just outside the 50. Caden Fulgrave, he's got 3. He can make it 4 here. Here's a good kick of the footy. Of course, Brad Fulgrave playing in the Waffle for East Perth. Caden also former Waffle player as well. Strikes it well. That's not a bad sort of a kick. Has he got it through? No, he hasn't. It's offline. It is only one behind. 7-11 to 3-5. 30 points the margin. Biggest lead in the game. Dixon. Finds Smith. Goes short. Puts Rogers under pressure. Good spoil from Mitchell. Umpire calls play on. Initially, but it was a higher tackle. The second tackle that was on Kransberg, and he gets the free kick on centre half back. Kransberg's kick, a risky one, intended for Hutchinson. Good tackle by Lawrence. Kellerberrin back under pressure now. And it'll be a ball up close to the boundary line. Big thump away from Harris, and an obvious high tackle there. And the umpire in the right place at the right time has found the free kick. Going the way of Lawrence. He too has been magnificent so far this afternoon. Lawrence just sizing up the options. He's going to back himself here. He's got it about 60 metres out. Long kick. He's given it a big high launch. Thumped over the line. And another behind. 7-12-54 to Kellerberrin. 3-5-23. The margin 31 points. Long kick down the guts. But only as far as Corsini. He marks on left centre wing. Corsini goes down the line. Difficult kick. And Dixon marks on left half back. And then cut it back to the middle now. And York switching it up here. And now Rogers. Alex Rogers cuts it to the centre. Difficult kick. Put Johnson under pressure. Hill needing the support. Well played by Dowding. Now Kellerberrin thread their way through the corridor. The mark taken by Kransberg. Well-weighted kick to the arms of York. Couldn't take the mark, but mops up well. Long kick to the pocket and a comfortable mark by Johnson. High kick, chance for Corsini. Plays on immediately. High ball, a risky one. Lawrence. Ooh, almost got hands in the back. Umpire calls play on. Roving it out the back, Winmar. That's a lovely kick from Winmar. Finds Kransberg. Kransberg kicks towards half forward. Wally through the traffic. He's going to swing onto the right foot from 40 metres out, and he misses. At the 20-minute mark, 3-6-24 to 7-12-54. The margin now back to 30 points. Now, Cunderton bringing it back into play now. Lee's the target. In front, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Getting boot to ball quickly was McNeil. Towards left half forward. Courage in the air shown by Henry. Couldn't hang on. Around the corner. Roving it out the back, Winmar. Winmar centering the ball magnificently. Finds Dixon. Dixon penetrating kick towards left half forward. In front, Dowding. Great mark by Dowding. Centers the ball. Short. Hutchinson. About 65 metres out from goal. He can dish it off to Winmar. Winmar's kick towards full forward. 3-on-1 here. Johnson. Dispossessed. Now comes to Allen. Kick along the ground. Snap around the corner towards an open goal. Just getting hands to it was Dowding. And it's across the face. Hits the post. Boundary throw in. Throwing in the forward pocket. A tap towards Charlton. Can't find any daylight, and the umpire will ball it up. Tap by Fullwood. He's had a bit of a quiet afternoon. What about the class and poise from Wally? Takes Rogers in the tackle. Rogers is in trouble, and he's going to be pinged, holding the ball. Brilliant pressure, great persistence there from Malachi Wally. And he's going to have a shot from a very tight angle, about 35 metres out. What's he going to do? Open up the goal face by going around the corner or going for the drop punt? It looks as though he's going to go around the corner here. Just to open up the goal face a little bit further. Doesn't get the distance and, well spoiled. Henry tried to get hands to it, but to no avail. Boundary throw-in in the pocket. Into the last 3 minutes before three-quarter time. Good tap away. Rogers, the intended receiver. Lawrence goes to ground in the tackle. Umpire will ball it up. About 30 metres out from goal. Through the traffic. Charlton. Up and under kick towards the top of the goal square. Big fist away. It now comes to Mitchell. Through the defensive corridor. Fires the hand pass to Corsini. Kicks down the line. At the 40s, Kayla Thompson. Couldn't take the mark, but tidies up. He's put the accelerator on. Through the wing. Towards half board. Gets the sit. Shoots towards an open goal, and he's missed a lot. Well, that's a big chance for Cunderdin to convert on a big play, and it went begging. In fact, it was touched. Or was it? No, it was a free kick, so a bit of confusion there by the umpires. They were just deliberating on whether it was indeed out of bounds on the full. And in fact, there's a free kick for an off-the-ball infringement. It looks as though it's Kayla Thompson who's going to shoot for goal. As he was pushed off the ball, as it turns out. Check side kick. And he's missed. One behind to Cunderdin, 7:13:55 to 3:6:24. Into the last minute of the third term. As Dixon, from the pocket, goes across the ground. Running back was White, couldn't take the mark. Dixon goes to ground and now running at the forward. A brilliant running player forward towards the goal, and he's missed. 7:14:56 to 3:6:24. We're down to 30 seconds now. But despite a barrage of behinds in this quarter, Cunderdin looking likely to be set up for their second consecutive premiership and their 11th in total as we head to the final term. Boundary throw-in on the wing. That'll be the last bit of action for the third term. And there's the siren for three-quarter time. Massive third quarter for Cunderdin. And with Fulgrave kicking 3 goals and Todd Rogers still stuck on 2, the depth inside that forward line is with tremendous class at the moment. They're handling the pressure quite well. Kellerberrin just kept on persisting with plenty of opportunities created inside that forward half, but they just weren't able to convert on their shots in front of goal. They had about 3 or 4 chances in at the final 4 minutes. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to get it between the big sticks. The margin at the moment is 32 points, 24-56. Don't go anywhere. The final quarter coming up after this.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same, and that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
(56-24) the scoreline. Cunderdin leading Kellerberrin by 32 points at three-quarter time in the 2022 Avon League Grand Final here at Beverley Town Oval. And the goal kickers for both teams at the moment: Fulgrave with 3, Rogers with 2, that's Todd Rogers, Mitchell with 1, and Matty Rogers also with 1. Kellerberrin held goalless in that third term, with Cunderdin now 1 quarter away from potentially claiming back-to-back premierships and their 11th in club history. But still, anything can happen in these next 25 minutes in a grand final. The margin at the moment, 32 points as we get the last stanza underway for the season. And no real further progress in that passage. Kayla Thompson just locking that one in. Winning it down was Harris. And the non-controlling umpire has found a free kick for a holding on. It's going to go the way of Hutchison. Hutchison drives it long towards half forward. Wally caught behind, but laying down a strong tackle on Beard. Umpire calls play on. Stokes centres the ball and finds Alex Rogers. And he has got the mark. Goes inboard Winmar. Winmar through the corridor. That's a good kick. And it finds Corey Dixon. Dixon long towards full forward. Going back and taking a terrific mark was Jack Charlton. That's those pressure acts in the 2-on-1 contest that Kellerberrin desperately needs to stay alive in this game. And Jack Charlton, he's already kicked 1. Can he make it 2? And the first goal of the term, essential in a game like this, especially in a grand final. So Jack Charlton, kicking from about 35, he's hooked it to the far side and it's only a behind. That's a big chance gone begging to wrest some of that momentum back. As bringing it back into play now will be Kyle Beard. Cunderdin now lead it by 31 points. 3-7 to 7-14 if you're just joining us for the first time. Cunderdin have led at every change in this grand final in their pursuit of flag number 11. Good use of the body there by Rogers. Takes the mark on centre wing. Kicks down the line. And forward. Good mark. Been a bit quiet today is Tim Forward, but having a good go in this last quarter in the early goings. Forward goes long down the line. Good one-hander. Jordan Lee, brilliantly done. In front position, reels it in nicely. Probing kick in the Rogers direction. Good use of the body. Todd Rogers, he marks directly in front. And he'll have a chance for his third goal. Todd Rogers, he's so good in these one-on-one contests. The strength that he's got when in front position is almost just hard to beat for the opposition. As far as the goals are concerned, for the Cunderdin side, he's got 57 goals. Can he make it 58 for the year? Strikes it well. It's a goal! Rogers has 3, 58 for the season. And they are kicking themselves towards another premiership. Here's the Cunderdin side. A great goal for Todd Rogers. 58 goals in what is only his 15th game for the year. He's been in incredible form up forward this season. And justifiably so, his team are delighted, and so are the fans here today. (8:14.62 to 3:7.25). We have played just under 4 minutes of this final term. Harris got the tap out. Comes to Kransberg. Mowed down. Lawrence gets on the end of it. Kicks around the corner. Forward. Unfavoured by the bounce. Taken by Hutchinson. Dispossessed. Ball goes to ground. Strong tackle by Forward. Hutchinson gets it back. Winmar. Inadvertent toe poke. Still on half back for Kellerberrin. And again, Cunderdin emerge with it. Centering ball towards half forward. In front position, Kransberg takes the mark. Kransberg intended for Winmar. Going back, stood underneath it, did Winmar. Lawrence. Lawrence does it well. Good pressure act at the ground ball. Another chance for Cunderdin. Short pass towards half forward. Long kick for goal. It's in the Rogers direction. Lee, open goal. Bang! Signed, sealed and delivered for Cunderdin. Lee has his first. And you could smell, if you're a Cunderdin fan, back-to-back premierships is on the horizon. 9:14.68 to 3:7.25 at the 5-minute mark of this final term. And they can smell the flag from a mile away, Cunderdin. It's not only a great smell, but it's also a great sound, the premiership flag. And it's not too far away. And again, another clearance comes their way, but the umpire has signalled a throw. Deep in the ruck. Wiley, from the free kick, gives it off to Allen. The kick just over his intended target's head. Winmar drives it long from on the 50. That's a great goal. Winmar has his first, and that is Kellerberrin's first goal since the second quarter and the fourth for the afternoon. They peg the margin back to 37 points. Maybe a late consolation given how this game has panned out. Back in the centre. Dowding. And Allen go to ground. Kellerberrin have the numbers now. Clearing kick out of the centre. Running hard is Kransberg. 2-on-1 here. Kransberg. Quick check side kick. That's a beautiful kick to the run of Wiley. Centering kick towards half forward. Going up was the Cunderdin player with the one hand. Couldn't mark. Dring on centre half back. Mowed down. And it'll be a ball up just inside the 50. 37 points the margin. Dowding. Quick kick around the corner. Followed up with the kick to Rogers. Close to the boundary line. Good use of the body. Meeting the contest and taking it out of bounds. Boundary throw in the left forward pocket for Kellerberrin. Dowding got the hit out, but Cunda didn't have the numbers. Hand pass over the top to Tubby. Tubby down the line towards centre wing. In front there was Linto. And the ball taken over the line. We'll have another boundary throw in. Harris wins it down. He's been dominating the hit-outs this afternoon. Strong tackle by Fulgrave, and the umpire will lock it up again. Fulgrave once again on the end of it. Johnson runs to 50. Centering ball, ambitious kick. Unable to take the mark, Dixon. Kellerberrin with numbers at the back are able to clear. Winmar, the lone cat in this contest. Brilliantly done, kept it in front. Goes off the deck once and twice. White slung off it as soon as he kicked it. Umpire calls play on. Johnson, does he go over the top? No, his kick smothered. Mopped up by Rogers. Rogers goes across the ground in the Dowding direction. That's a good kick. Dowding takes it and goes towards half forward. Good pressure on the ball by Johnson. Hands to Mitchell. Finds himself under pressure. Almost had another knockout. He's had 2 of those today. He's able to get back up and keep on going. 9 minutes gone in at this final term. The margin 37 points. On the end of it, Linto with the hand pass over the top to the running Fulgrave. Has a bounce alongside centre wing. 2 bounces. Not much there with that kick. Was intended for Lee. And the mark comfortably taken by Liam Ward. Goes to York. Just needs the sit. Got it on half back. Settles things down now. That's a good kick. And it finds Alex Rogers. Rogers centres it to the corridor. Fine mark taken by Shea Allen. Allen with the left foot. Disappointing kick. Risky situation here. Harris quickly got boots of ball. Fulgrave through the traffic. Able to steer the ball towards left centre wing. And now Cunda have got the run on once again. Couple of targets presenting. Lee was one of them. Going up was Allen. Courage in the air showed 2 by Smith. Thumped over towards half back and over the boundary line for a throw-in. (9:14 to 4:7). 10 minutes gone in this final term. Bit of cloud cover around the ground. And that's not going to hinder the day that we've had here. Simply has been magnificent all over the Shire of Beverley today. Lawrence can't break free from the second tackle. Forced to give it up and go over the line for a boundary throw-in. From the throw-in, great class shown here. Another chance for a Cunda goal. Kick to the pocket. Rogers! Unbelievable mark again. And he's going to kick for number 4 from a very tight angle. Todd Rogers, again, he just found himself in space in the pocket and took a very good mark uncontested. This to make it 4. He's got to open up the goal face here, just open it up a bit further. He's done it well. Number 4 for Todd Rogers. And he goes to number 60 for the season. 4 goals to Todd Rogers, 59 for the season, I should say. And Cunda, they've got both hands on the premiership now. 74 to 31, the margin 43 points. Here at Beverley Town Oval. And just in front of me, it's a pretty intense game at the moment. One of the players in front of me, Casey York, just on the bench, he has got big claret on his nose. But they breed them tough in this town. Harris gets it down, and again on the end of it is Fulgrave through the front edge of centre. The kick intended for Fullwood. He mops up, kicks towards the pocket, bounces awkwardly. We'll have a throw in. Jordan Lee's gone up to the forward line. So too is Tim Fullwood. Fullwood got two hands to it. Lee overruns it. Jarred out the back. The kick comes into Wally. Wally's hand pass over the top. York, was he held without it? Keeps it in front. Tries to go off the deck. Met by two Cunderton players. Rogers was one of them. Strong on ball pressure, and he's getting involved. He's heated out there, Rogers. It's on while play continues to go on. High tackle against Harris. And a few spot fights here. Players getting involved. Umpires just restoring order at the moment as the free kick's being paid to Donkin for the Kellerberrin side. Donkin's kick is a good one to the open man in Wally. Wally drives it down the line towards half forward. Intended target was Ward, close to the boundary line, and it eventually goes over for a boundary throw-in. Big thump away from Ward. Covers a little bit of ground. And Johnson takes it over the line. We'll have another boundary throw-in. There, the Kellerberrin players on the bottom of the screen. They'll be proud of the fact that they got to a grand final from fourth place, but no doubt they'll be lamenting tonight what might have been. But a season that they can give a big tick to nonetheless. Having had a bit of a wobbly start to the season, having to settle for fourth on the ladder and to go through via a sudden death semi-final is still an admirable effort. And Cunderton, well, they were the dominant team, and today is another illustration as to why. Again, they thread it through the corridor. Johnson's kick finds the open man in Hill. Brilliantly cut off by Smith. Good pressure on the ball. Takes it across the ground. Dowding. Stokes just had an attack of the fumbles, but he mopped up well. Gets it back to Dowding. Centering kick in the Kranzberg direction, just over his head. And the intercept mark taken by Fulgrave. Fulgrave finds White. Beautiful kick by White. Onto the running man. In at Kayla Thompson, that is. Gets the hand pass away to Rogers. Todd Rogers at the top of the goal square. Another great mark from Todd Rogers. Again, his strength in the one-on-one contest, very impressive today, as it has been throughout the season. He's going to aim for goal number 60 in 2022 and make it 5 for the game. Todd Rogers, he's going to kick from 15 metres out on a slight angle. The noise will tell the story. He's got it. Number 5 for Todd Rogers. And the big 6-0 for the season. 60 goals in 2022. A fantastic effort. 11-14-80 to 4-7-31. 16 minutes gone in the final term. And the result all but academical now. Cunderton, the dominant team in the competition. And make no mistake about it, it'll be a big celebration throughout the town of Cunderton tonight, as Fullwood was able to get the tap out, but the umpires found a push in the back, and the free kick is going to go the way of Liam Ward. Ward goes across the ground. Disappointing kick. Finds Corsini for Cunderton. Corsini's kick now. Beautiful kick. Johnson spins his way out of trouble. Centering kick. Oh, great mark, and Stewart got one to go on with from Liam Ward. And he's come off second best, and Waters conceded 50 in the process. No surprise about that one. 1 or 2 steps late. But Stewart, what about the 360 on that after he took the mark? He showed some courage there, and he's going to go back and have a shot for goal. So Lachlan Stewart, he'll be kicking from point-blank range. It's all but academical now. And I've put the mockers on him. So for any Lachlan Stewart fans, my apologies. That's a minor score. 11-15, 81 to 4-7, 31. Margin now is 50 points. They've just continued to kick away, Cunderton. Long kick towards the centre. Ward with the spoil. Their on-ball pressure's been magnificent, Cunderton, but they just slip up this moment, holding the ball. And Ward will take the free kick. He gets on with business. And it's 50 metres for encroaching in the protected area. And this will bring Ward a little closer to goal. He'll kick from roughly about 55 metres out. If he can steer it through, it'll be back to 44 points. It'll be a late consolation now. But unselfishly, he elects to drop it short. And from 40 metres out towards the goal. And a minor score, but the umpire has found a free kick for a push in the contest. And the free kick will be taken, it looks like, by Rowan Ward, who's got it in the pocket. Ward will take the free kick deep in the pocket to make the margin 44 points. Unselfishly, just opens up the goal face a little further and finds Mitchell Henry. Mitchell Henry now. He's going to kick from about 35. And straight through the middle. Henry has his first. And he is the 5th different goal kicker for this match. And Kellerberrin go to 5-7-37 to 11-15, 81 the margin, 44 points. 20 minutes gone in this final term. Heading into the last embers of this grand final and this season. Henry, Winmar, Dowding, Charlton and Wally amongst the goal kickers today for the Kellerberrin side, who have just been overwhelmed today. Just been outclassed in all 4 quarters, but no doubt they'll, on the other side of the coin, be proud to get to a grand final given how hard their finals campaign has been. Spinning out of trouble is Henry. The kick towards centre half forward. Just short of the mark. Umpire calls play on and locked inside the Kellerberrin forward 50. It'll be a ball up. Just inside the 50, Ward wins it down, and again, Cunderton get the stoppage clearance. Forward, taken in the tackle, and he's pinged, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Hutchison, alongside the centre circle. Probing kick towards half forward. McNeil couldn't take the mark. Loses possession, and it's going to be a ball up as it is locked in the forward 50. In front, Cody forward. Got a second hit out to it. Ball locked in the forward pocket. Umpire calls play on. The kick towards goal from Henry. And I think he's put it through. He's got his second. Henry has his second goal. And they stretch the margin out once again, 38 points. Here at Beverley Town Oval, 6-7 to 11-15. Cunderton leading 38 points as they're on the way to the premiership. So 2 late consolation goals for Mitchell Henry. I've seen them bring a little bit of respectability into this final term. No doubt they've just been outclassed today on a very big day here at Beverley Town Oval. Back in the centre. Forward and Ward in the ruck. Forward gets it down. Second bite of the cherry for Lawrence. Spinning out of trouble. Brilliantly done, Mitchell. Fulgrave runs to 50. Shoots towards goal. What a beautiful kick from Fulgrave. He's got the goal. That's number 4. And just the quick response they were looking for. Fulgrave has 4. And they get it back to 44 points. Just like that, off the centre clearance. They were able to get the hand pass out, thread through the corridor, and Fulgrave on the run from just inside the 50. He likes those. And a beautiful goal on the run sees them get that goal back at the 23-minute mark. Back-to-back premierships are on the way for Cunderdin. For the Magpies, they've been in the competition since 1959, when it was first established. The Avon Football Association. Their first flag was in 1964, and they've won 9 more flags since then. 2014 and 2021, their last 2. Now they're going to add 2022 next to their club tally. And the honour boards at the Cunderdin ground, Cunderdin Oval. No doubt will be filled with supporters tonight. Ball's locked in on left centre wing as we approach the last minute and a half of this grand final. Lawrence around the corner towards half forward. Player got hands to it. Brilliant pick up by Rogers. Goes onto the left foot. 2-on-1. And easily taking the mark uncontested there was Morgan Smith. Into the last minute of this grand final. Dixon. Dixon goes long. Now Alex Rogers. Rogers centering kick. Donkin. Donkin's kick, a bit of a floater. Great mark. No, it's spoiled by Lee. Lee locks it in. Strong tackle to follow up with that spoil inside the Kellerberrin forward 50. It'll be a game of possession now with only seconds remaining for this grand final. Cunderdin have been the team to beat all year. In fact, the last 2 seasons they've been the team to beat as Corsini clears the kick to Fulgrave through the centre. Kayla Thompson goes for a run. Quickly gets it onto the left foot. And a high tackle. That's going to go the way of Jad Hill. As the siren goes, Cunderdin have been the team to beat all year. And premiership number 11 is a reality. Back-to-back premierships for the Magpies. The margin's 44 points. Can Hill make it 50? Towards goal, just across the face, but it doesn't matter. The Magpies fly high once again. Cunderdin have won back-to-back Avon League premierships. The margin 45 points, 12-16-88 to 6-7-43. And Cunderdin Oval tonight will be flooded with Magpie fans celebrating their 11th premiership. A well-deserved 1-2. They've been in control right throughout the afternoon. They led at every change. They got first to the football. They had plenty firing up forward. Fulgrave and Rogers, in particular Todd Rogers, who kicked 5 and finished with 60 for the season. And Caden Fulgrave with a marvellous 4 goals from the centre. Their depth and experience really telling. While for Kellerberrin, well, they remained competitive, but in the end, they were just overwhelmed by the pressure of this Cunderdin side. But make no mistake about it, they will have a big tick next to their name on their season, and they'll look to be back in 2023. The goal kickers in total, Henry with 2 for Kellerberrin, and then singles to Winmar, Dowding, Charlton and Wally, while for Cunderdin, Todd Rogers with 5, Fulgrave with 4, and singles to Mitchell, Rogers, Matty Rogers for the former Perth player, and Jordan Lee. But a magnificent day for Cunderdin, winning their 11th Avon League Premiership, making it back-to-back following their success in 2021. And no doubt they'll be planning to make it a hat-trick in 2023 once this season gets underway yet again in April. But what a day it has been here at the Beverley Town Oval. Full credit to the Shire of Beverley as well for hosting this event. All the teams that participate, the fans and the volunteers and the families that have come along today. It has been magnificent. Great support for country football here in WA. And you can bet your bottom dollar it is alive and well tenfold, as it always has been, especially here in this association since it was established back in 1959. Plenty of talent have come through the ranks here, and plenty that have either retired from WAFL or AFL have continued their passion of the game through country leagues like this one. Simply remarkable. We'll take a bit of a break, but we'll take you to the presentations, which will happen in mere moments as Cunderdin celebrates their 11th premiership with a 45-point win, 12-16 to 6-7.
Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job. Seasons come and seasons go. But one thing always stays the same. And that's the people. It's what makes working the bins such a rewarding experience. Because while you might arrive as a worker, you'll leave as a mate. And just like the seasons, you're sure to see a familiar face again down the road. Apply now for a CBH summer job.
And welcome back to Beverley Town Oval, where the Cunderdin Magpies have won their 11th premiership and their second in a row by 45 points over Kellerberrin in today's Avon Football Association League Grand Final, with Todd Rogers kicking 5 goals and Caden Fulgrave kicking 4 for the Magpies, and of course Mitchell Henry kicking 2 for the Kellerberrin Cats. They were just outclassed today by the pressure and the depth of the Cunderdin Magpies. Let's go to ground level for the presentations.
Top side all year in Cunderdin have defeated the most improved side in the Avon, the Kellerberrin Cats. To the Cats, thank you very much for a wonderful final series. You've done us proud here in the Avon. Congratulations on your efforts this year. Don't be denied what you did. It's a great effort. Well done. Again to the Cunderdin Magpies, congratulations on a great effort this year. You've made it a double. Well done to you. It's now that we'll hand out some the grand final medals, and the umpires can come forward and accept their medallions, please. To the umpires in the Avon, thank you for a fantastic effort this year. Without doubt, the Avon Football Association has got the best umpires in the country. Well done to you fellas. Great work. And now if I could invite the Cats captain to come forward and say a few words, please. And if his coach would like to come forward, he can too.
First of all, congratulations to Cunderdin. You've done a good year again. And class out in today's race. Congratulations to all the volunteers. It's a great day that's putting it on. Huge congratulations to our Reggies. Get around them tonight. They show why we play footy. That's love it. So well done to them. And to our boys. Not many people probably expected us to be here, so really proud. Well done. Good year.
It's now appropriate with all grand finals that the first best player of the grand final is announced, and I'll call on the donor of that medal, Mr. Ken Baxter, life member, patron, and all things good about football.
Congratulations, Cunderdin. Great game. Kellerberrin, you've done a hell of a job this year, and I think more to you and your boys will be congratulated to get 2 sides in the final, win the grand final as reserves and playoff. Well done, and obviously you've got a great future. Cunderdin, great day for us again, and it is with pleasure I announce that the medal winner today, number 18, Toddy Rogers.
Firstly to Keller, Gordy, you've been very good all season. Unlucky today, but we knew it was going to be tough. Beverley, very good venue, thanks for putting that on. And our team, unreal, all the supporters, get back and come in, it's all yours.
grand final medallions. Thanks, Ash. We'll get straight into it. We come to the number 2, Kane Gorsini. Number 3, Hayden Fulgrove. Number 4, Jackson Dring. Number 5, Jared Taylor Thompson. Number 7, Matty Rogers. Number 9, Alex Linto. Number 10, Rocky Stewart. Number 11, Mackenzie Lawrence. Number 13, Geordie Lee. Number 15, Liam Tubby. Number 16, Kyle Beard. Number 18, Todd Rogers. Number 20, Tim Fullwood. Number 21, Cody Fullwood. Number 33, Kane Lafafo. Number 35, Willie Michelle. Number 36, Jad Hill. Number 37, Reece Shaw. Number 38, Blake Johnson. And that just leaves the captain, number 19, Jordan Harris. And the coach, Troy Fulgrove. Thanks. First of all, thanks Beverly for the day. Tawardi and Kalataman, thanks guys for a great game and a great season. To all our supporters, thank you very much. Well done to the girls, great effort. Unlucky, Brezzies couldn't get through last week. Yeah, it's been a long 2 weeks, thinking. But to you guys, it's a credit. I'm not too sure who we wanted to play, whether it was Birding or Kalataman. We match up better with these guys, but to everybody out there today, thank you very much, and to the boys, thanks back. Doesn't come that often, and yeah, thanks everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now appropriate that the captain and the coach of the Company Football Club receive the Rocklands Premiership Cup and the Premiership flag for 2022.
And that's what everybody waits for, that moment where you solidify your name
in football history. 2022 premiers for the Avon Football Association League Grand Final, the Cunderdin Magpies, back-to-back, and their 11th premiership in their history since they were established back in 1959. Well, for Kellerberrin, no doubt there'll be a bit of soul-searching, but a lot of positive vibes around the team. They made the grand final a hard final series, and they'll be back in 2023. Big shout-out to all the team that has put together the broadcast today, not only for the league, but also the reserves grand final a little earlier today when Kellerberrin defeated Northam Railways to win the reserves premiership, and also to the fans, the viewers at home, and also the fans that came on to the Shire of Beverley Oval, the Beverley Town Oval, for what was going to be a massive day, and it certainly was today. We look forward to your company next time when the Avon season gets underway next year, and also more football across 2023. On behalf of all the team, this is Paul Persick wishing you a very good evening from the Beverley Town Oval, where our two grand finals saw Kellerberrin and Cunderdin take out the premierships in 2022. So long, everybody.